Okay, it is currently 9:02. We are going to call this meeting to order. To view this meeting's presentations, documents, please access Board Docs. The link to the Board Docs website can be found via the D38 website, which is www.lewispalmer.org, on the Board of Education meeting webpage. No presentation documents are anticipated for this meeting, and to view the live stream video of this meeting, please go to the Lewis Palmer School District 38 YouTube page. Ms. Wood, would you take roll call, please?
Here.
Mr. Schwartz? He's here. He said,
Here.
here. Dr. Schenk, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Happy to.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we have two agenda items that we will be voting on, so this will be a special meeting. I would ask for a recommendation to approve as presented.
Hey, Tiffany, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Wood?
Aye.
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 Aye. So, moving right along, so exciting. Oh, first of all, before we move along, I want to say welcome to 2024. This is our first board meeting of the year. So, welcome back to school as everybody gets churning and rolling. I know I'm still a little slow on the get up and go, so this will be fun. All right, so we're going to move right into B number 1, which is to consider approve our annual mill levy certification. Our Chief Business Officer, Brett Ridgway, will be explaining the mill levy calculations to us as the board, and we will certify the mill levy for property taxes to be collected in 2024 in accordance with CRS 22-40-102, parent 6, which states that this information must be reported to the El Paso County Treasurer. Mr. Ridgway.
Good morning. So yeah, this is the reason why we're having a special meeting today, is because after the November election and HH not passing, then the governor called a special session, and then in November, and they threw a little bit of a wrench in the normal annual process of determining assessed values, for each county in the state, and so that every taxing entity could determine the mill levy assessment. So the normal timeline that would have happened by middle of December got extended to January 10th for us. So fortunately, we are having a meeting today so that we can go through the information here and do the mill levy certification in time for the required submission tomorrow. So I am going to take a little bit of time and just walk through a couple of things here, since I think this is the first time through this process for 3 of you still. Mr. Norris, still not a year yet, right?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So mill levy certification, as what this is all about is determining what, as a taxing entity, what taxes will be assessed by the school district, and those taxes are going to be in 4 pieces. They show up on a property tax bill in 2 different pieces, but they are calculated. The whole thing is calculated in 4 pieces. So, and it's basic math of taking the assessed value. What is the total assessed value for the district? And what would be the mill rate applied to that assessed value, and how would that then calculate to the taxes to be assessed and therefore collected over the coming months. This is done on a tax year. Tax years are the calendar year. Taxes are assessed as of December 31st of the end of the calendar year. So we're doing the 2023 tax year for taxes that will be collected in 2024. So what I have here on the presentation is just level setting with what transpired last year. So for the 2022 tax year, where we had $701 million of total assessed value. You can see a fairly heavy skew towards residential in our district because we don't have a whole lot of non-residential or commercial property. And to that $701 million of assessed value, we applied a total levy of 40.5 mils. As I mentioned, this is done in two categories, 4 different pieces. You have the statutory legislative School Finance Act mill of 25.164, statutory formulaic mill for abatements of 0.2 mils. Abatements are just taxes that or values that got changed after the calculation was established, and those are collected in the following year. We have the local discretionary category of mill levy override of last year's 5.704. That was to collect the $4 million of override revenues for, again, the 2022 tax year into 2023. Those are all combined to a general funds levy when it appears on a property tax bill. So it's very important to remember that even though you see the 31 mills there are 3 different items beneath that. And that's how it's defined statutorily. We're not making the decision to put the mill levy override there. That's the way it has to be. Then non-general funds is the bond levy, so collecting money to make the bond payments that we have June and December of every year. So last year was 9.429 mils for a 40.5 mil total again. And then down below, you'll see the different dollars for each of those 4 components in the 2 categories. So that's, again, the level setting of what we did last year. Then last month, we did spend some time talking about it because normally we're doing this work in December. And so I went through and made a projection of what would happen and while I was waiting for the final results from the county in terms of what the assessed value was going to be, the aggregation of assessed value for the district was going to be. So the final result is $916 million of assessed value. So overall assessed value went up across the district by over 30%. And we knew it was going to be big, and it's big all across the state. But that's what we've seen in terms of property values increasing for the last 18 months or so, really, in Colorado. So it was lower than what I projected last month in terms of the assessed value. And so the next question would be, and how will we do the rates relative to that new assessed value amount? And so, fortunately, the rates kind of, I was able to juggle the rates a little bit and really come up with the same answer in terms of the overall mill rates. Remember that the School Finance Act mill is going up, and that's a result of state legislation passed a couple years ago that will increase the mill rate for most districts up to 27.00, doing that by on an increment of 1 mil per year until 27 mils is achieved. So the 25.164 from last year does increase to the 26.164 for this year. The abatement mill is really one of the interesting ones. The abatements that we needed to collect this year ended up being much, much lower than we'd ever really seen. And so that was one adjustment to the negative that we were able to make, meaning lowering that rate. The other 2, the local discretionary items, did increase a little bit from my December projection only because the overall assessed value decreased. So because the assessed value decreased, the mill rate ticked up a little bit because we needed to end up with the same actual dollar collections for both the override and the bond levy. And so while I end up with the same 37.5 total mill projection that I made to you in December, the pieces switched around just a little bit.
Brett, can I ask a question while you're
Sure.
doing? So the 37.5, that's total. That's not the Finance Act. That's the total, which includes bonds and our 4 million MLO, correct?
It's the total, includes the Finance Act and the bonds and the MLO.
Our
Correct.
Finance Act is at 36.5, you said?
26.164.
26, I'm sorry, I meant 26. And we still have to get up to a total of 27. correct?
27. So we'll make one more incremental adjustment next year.
Okay, thanks.
It won't be a full mill. It'll just get us to 27.00. So the final dollars to be collected are here in this box $23.9 million is what will be assessed relative to the School Finance Act. Again, just $20,000 for abatements, which is, I think, part of the result of the extended process that we have this year. We didn't have to have so much put into abatements. A lot of it came into the primary calculation. The MLO, you'll remember that we're capped out at $4 million, and so 3.99491 will be the collection or the assessment for that. And then the bond levy at $6.3 million, designed again to satisfy payment obligations coming up in June and December of '24. Now, the takeaway I wanted to kind of emphasize with this again was just to ensure that we knew that this increase in property taxes for this year, which will be significant, people are feeling it, but the categories that those increases are being realized in are not the local discretionary categories. This local discretionary MLO and the local discretionary bond, those are the same. You see, we're actually going to be collecting $247,000 less this year than we did last year on those local categories. All of the increase is going to the School Finance Act, all of it. And what that means is, if we zoom in really, really good down here with the School Finance Act, and we'll talk about this a little bit when we get to the amended budget here in a few agenda items. In the School Finance Act, when local share goes up, state share goes down because the total answer stays the same. And so that's just a point I want you to hold until we get to that part of that discussion in the amended budget, and I'll connect those dots there. But again, $6.2 million of aggregate property tax increase, all going to the School Finance Act. Actually, 6.3 going to the School Finance Act, $247,000 less to the local components.
Mr. Ridgway.
Yes, sir.
Morning. I think you may have just answered my question. I just want to clarify your last couple of comments.
Okay.
Is this an okay time, or are you rolling through it and prefer I wait till a little bit later?
No, I'm done with my presentation, so we're ready for comments.
Okay. The core of my questions were, was that a yes?
Yes, go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting a little bit of jitter. So the core of my questions on this in a macro basis was as follows. And I think we went through this with your estimate of what was likely to happen a month or two ago. It appears that the physical rate of taxes has gone down a little bit, but the dollars collected have gone up because of the residential property value increases. On a macro basis, is that correct or accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it appears with your last comment, you answered my question, which is, via this mechanism, who wins and does anybody lose? And it sounds like the winners are the collectors of the county taxes and also the Department of Education. Am I getting that right?
Well, winners and losers is a little bit subjective, and I'll leave that to you. But what I will say is that of the increased amount, it is to the School Finance Act and being recognized in the School Finance Act. So the state budget is receiving the benefit overall of increased property tax collections across the state related to the School Finance Act. And so the state budget is not having to contribute as much, if any, of the increase to education year over year because of that. Does that answer your question?
Most of it. So if we use a round number and the state was contributing, I'm sorry, I missed your last sentence.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't.
All right. So you mostly answered my question. Here was a point of clarification I'd like, if possible. If we used a round number, and if the state Finance Act collected, which is the Department of Education, I'm sorry, the Education Finance Act collected an extra $100 million. And that money did not need to go to supplement whatever the delta was for the BPOR. Did the state use that money to reduce the budget stabilization factor commitment?
Yes, that was part of how they were able to reduce the budget stabilization factor, because they were able to apply state revenues to other portions of the state budget as well, because the increase in the School Finance Act was really being handled through the local share.
Okay. So is it too naive to say that the students benefited from this?
Students did benefit because the School Finance Act did improve year to year, but it's not a one-to-one correlation about where the tax was generated versus where the benefit to the student is applied, because not every school district is seeing a 30% increase in assessed value. It's possible
Right.
that a district that has a smaller increase of assessed value is getting a better change from the School Finance Act relative to the change in property taxes at the local level.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
And so just for the balance of the team, my rationale in asking these questions is all of our constituents are paying somewhere between 30 and 50% more in 2024 than they did in 2023 for their property taxes. And it's painful for everybody, as Mr. Ridgway said. It reduces a little pain if they know it goes to our student population. And so really the question is, if the citizenry loses in terms of paying more taxes, do at least their children win?
Yes.
Mr. Ridgway, can you repeat that question? Or Ron, can you repeat the question?
Are you asking me?
Yes. I didn't quite
Okay.
understand. Just so that
Sorry.
others can hear it.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to figure out is who wins and who loses from all this stuff, because there's a boatload more cash going into the government coffers this year than last year. That's the essence of my question. And so what I want to know is where does it go and who benefits from it?
So yes, for the most part, where it goes, actually, of course, it stays here locally. When we talk about property taxes in the School Finance Act, it's not like those property taxes literally go to Denver and get redistributed
Exactly.
back to us.
Right.
They are still collected here in the county and distributed by the county to the school district. It's just that it's part of the formula that the state
Exactly.
uses to determine their component of School Finance Act.
Exactly. So their obligation goes down,
Yes.
and what happens with the money that they've gotten that would have last year gone to the kids?
Right, so the increase in state revenue did not have to be applied to School Finance Act. They were able to apply it in other areas. That one of the areas they did apply it to, as relates to education, is reducing the budget stabilization factor.
And that was peanut butter spread at an equal percentage across everybody, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, the budget stabilization factor was equally applied to any district that received any state share.
Yeah, thanks. Tiffany, does that clarify? Sorry, I kind of went around it to get right into what I wanted to.
Yep. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that for those that are tuning in, what the question was, which was who wins, who loses in this because the local share it has increased due to the increase in property values and increase in property taxes. Therefore, the state aid portion goes down. What is that percentage now?
Well, for us, it's around 60% still comes from the state share, but it is basically, from a dollar perspective, almost literally flat last year to this year versus our increase and this is kind of where I'll be going with the amended budget conversation. Our PPR went up by $1,000 per student year over year.
Right.
That $1,000 per student increase is entirely generated by this, not
And-
by the state share.
And that student increase, if you recall, and for our new board members, that state increase is part of the Colorado Constitution that says that has to increase. by inflation and growth every year. Did I say that right?
That's part of the calculation, correct? It's not, it doesn't limit it, but it's theoretically a baseline, a floor to what increases should happen.
And Ron, to your point also, when we have our discussion with Ms. Atwood, I'm sure we'll get some updates on some of the committees that are putting together proposals for how they're going to looking at the school funding formula at the state level too.
Yep.
Any other questions from my fellow board members or thoughts? This is your time this is the work session where we get to also learn, not just vote. So if you have any thoughts or questions, please don't hesitate.
Hey, Tiffany.
Yes, sir.
I had one corollary, I guess would be the right term, to the clarification.
Yep.
The most important piece of my question was to uncover what the state did with the extra money they have, since they have to contribute less to the counties, regions, and districts because of the formulary, and Mr. Ridgway answered that.
And as one board member, my thought going into this, obviously we do this every year, and I said this at our last board meeting, but I'm going to say it again. When the group up in Denver got together and looked at our school finances and how much money is going to education in Colorado and all of the different entities in Colorado, and the ask to reduce the mills, we cannot by law reduce the mills because we haven't even reached our 27 mills yet. So we can't reduce anything out of the finance mills. We can't do it. We're not allowed to. So then we look at what is our MLO dollars where we could reduce, and we already are reducing based on the growth. Is that a correct or fair statement?
That's totally correct, that we're reducing based on the growth, and because it is the same dollar year over year, there is basically the inverse of inflation, that the $4 million collected this year is less than the $4 million collected last year and the year before, et cetera.
So the mills to each taxpayer is reduced for that part.
Correct.
Okay. Understood. And we're running a tight ship, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, we can move into, we do have to approve this one way or another at this time.
Hey, Tiffany, I'd like to make a motion to approve the certification of the 2024 Lewis Palmer School District 38 mill levy as presented and attached to the minutes of this meeting.
Is there a second?
Second?
Ms. Wood?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. That is item number B1. I'm having a hard time all of a sudden. Okay,
Go.
here we go. Moving on to B2, to consider and approve the 2024-2025 school year calendar. Thank you, Mr. Ridgway. That was actually, I think it was good discussion that we have every year, even if we know it. I think it's still good because there's always while we're getting set up, there's always new residents that move into the area who don't quite know what does all this mean and why do we do what we do.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Upchurch, if I could just add one more related comment to what you shared. Brett included some graphs. We didn't necessarily go through those. We didn't have to for the purpose of the vote. But one of those that's a very fascinating one is that historical trend of our levy over the past, well, almost 20 years.
That's on page 7.
Page 6,
7 and
7,
8.
8. And I just think something that bears mention is continuing to find ways to help share this information with our community in an effort for continuous education and understanding. Because as we know, there's just so much that's said that often is not rooted in fact, as well as how the system is designed. So I want to reiterate that for the benefit of how do we continue to message this and help build the community's understanding as we continue forward.
Yeah, that graph is actually pretty telling on how it goes down. And that we'll have on our website for transparency purposes.
Yep.
Okay. Moving on to B number 2, consider and approve the 2024-2025 school year calendar. Ms. Wetstein.
Good morning. This is a little awkward since my back is facing you all, but I am here to ask for your approval of the calendar that you preliminarily approved last March based on our ongoing discussions about the structure of our calendar. We are confident in bringing this calendar forward for final approval, and this calendar incorporates changes based on input from the Staff Collaboration Committee and the Calendar Task Force over the course of the past year to include the elimination of 2-hour late starts for students. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I will say once this calendar is approved, we will move forward with reconvening a broader scope to the Calendar Task Force to begin development of calendars in the future and potentially some policy recommendations that would help us shape our calendar moving into the future as well.
Amber, would it be too much to ask for a brief summary of what those changes were that were?
Yes, we eliminated the 2-hour late starts,
Like today?
and we increased the number of, instead of the late starts, we have full day training days for teachers. There was also some days in December that the district historically was open, and now beginning this school year, or last school year, I guess it was, we reduced the days the district is open over that break to save a little bit of utility cost.
Thank you.
And Ms. Wetstein and Ms. Welch, you are both working in tandem with our staff on ways that we can look at our calendar and find and look at different opportunities to continue that increase in appreciation and morale, and so that our staff know they're valued and that it still keeps in mind our student excellence and achievement as the core of that.
Yes, that's correct. We actually plan to broaden the scope of the task force to include more staff, families, and students to look holistically at the structure of the calendar moving forward.
So this is what was developed this time last year, and so how we usually do this for our new board members is we usually vote for the following year's calendar to solidify it so that we can get that published coming into January with families looking at their education opportunities going into the following school year. And then a second calendar will be developed that we will preliminarily vote on. So notice it says preliminary. We'll preliminarily vote on the generalized calendar. So we usually do 2 calendar votes. And then it's this time of year that we solidify the one that is preliminary. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Is there any discussion or questions? If there's anything you have input about this calendar? No? All right. Well, we do have to approve this, and I would entertain a motion to approve the 2024-2025 school year calendar.
Tiffany, I'd like to make a motion to approve the final 2024-2025 school year calendar as presented.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Ms. Wood, would you take the roll call?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much. And that ends our voting portion of today's meeting, and now we will move to item C under the work session items. And our first one up is number 1 is our 2024 legislative session update. And I want to say thank you for coming, and I'd like to welcome Miss Amy Atwood. She is our district's lobbyist. We also have the freedom to lobby on our own, and we also do some lobby work with Colorado Association of School Boards and different entities. But Miss Atwood is up there and boots on the ground in the dome, and tomorrow starts off the legislative session for this year, for the 2024 school year, I guess calendar year. So, Miss Atwood.
Great, thanks. Do you want to speak first?
So, Tiffany set it up really well in terms of that we have the opportunity to be specifically advocating for our district, our employees, our students, our families, et cetera. And so that's why we have this relationship with Amy Atwood to do this. We started this last year, and we're already going to be making some good impacts and some good name for District 38 at the state capitol. So she's going to help us see some of that.
And if we could just briefly, I know Tiffany and Ron were here when we started our relationship with Miss Atwood last year. But for our new members, if you could just do a quick intro, just so Amy knows who you are. And Patty, if you don't mind starting off.
Patty Shank, and I'm an instructional technologist, long term.
Todd Brown, and I'm just a parent in the district with a lot of kids, and I've got a long background of technical leadership. So,
Chris Norris, seat 1. Got one child in the school district, and my background is production, aviation production, and manufacturing, and testing situational awareness tools for SOCOM.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, Amy Atwood, Atwood Public Affairs. I am the contract lobbyist for the district. I have been lobbying specifically in education policy for 14 years. This will be my 14th session. So I've seen lots of the ups and downs, and looking at those graphs here, living through that as well at the state legislature. My business has, if you think of it as a law firm, we have many clients that don't conflict with each other. So not just education policy, construction, healthcare, housing, so lots of different issue areas that we work in. But education was really where I got my start with contract lobbying. Construction's where I started lobbying, but education was on the contract side. So it's been wonderful. And Brett and I have been working together for that duration, for the whole time. And so building Brett's reputation, he's done a great job doing that on his own. But I also have helped down at the Capitol, making those introductions and the work that on school finance and finance issues across the board for education. Brett has been a leader. There is no question about that. So our partnership in 2023 was focused on raising Lewis Palmer's profile amongst legislators, education stakeholders, and the governor's office. We were very careful about the bills that we weighed in on. The purpose was to gain credibility with lawmakers and stakeholders while also lobbying for what was best for the district and students. We had bi-weekly meetings where we went through all the education bills, and it was a very thoughtful process of where the district could use its political capital as well as gain political capital while working in those, while advocating for different bills, and as well as amending bills. We really had a good run at amending a bill towards the end of session that 100% put the district on the board at the Capitol with legislators as well as with other education stakeholders. Let me see. Oh, making bad bills better is a win in a political environment like this where you have one party control. And it doesn't matter which party's in control. When you have one party control, bills pass. And so getting in on the front end with bills while they're in drafting is really important. This year, we're going to see a lot of messy bills that are introduced because there's problems with the drafting office. They're really, really behind. So messy bills that have not gone through a good vetting process, we'll see those introduced, but we will work on those as well to amend, to make them better for the students and for the district. The day at the Capitol we had this year was also very, very successful. The participants saw firsthand how fluid the environment is. I think you got to the Capitol at 7:30, and we waited, and then we had like three legislators show up at one time, and we saw the difference on the spectrum politically. Some were very political when they spoke, and some were not. So it was successful in that way for the participants to see, but also in helping Lewis Palmer raise its profile with legislators. And so I have seen those legislators that we met with on a regular basis because they sit on the education committee, and they absolutely remember the district and ask if we're doing it again. Particularly Representative Marchman, she asked if we were coming back. I saw her at a fundraiser maybe a month ago. So that was great that she remembered and the impression was made. Due to the success of the last 12 months, Lewis Palmer's in a position to run legislation proactively. That is amazing. To do that in 12 months, one session, I came on board this time, or maybe December of last year, that to gain the political capital to be able to run proactive legislation, that was an accelerated timeline, and it's what we planned to do, and we set out and we met that target. The bill that we're doing this year, which is in your board docs, is the one that changes the state shared distribution timeline from 12 installments to 9. We first approached Senators Lundeen and Senator Bridges. So Senator Lundeen, as you know, is from down here in this area. He also is the Senate Minority Leader, so he's the top dog in the Senate Republicans. And then Senator Bridges sits on the Joint Budget Committee. He is one of 6 members of the Joint Budget Committee, and they arguably are the ones that set most of the policy, because if you need money, you have to get it through the Joint Budget Committee. He also has sat on House Education. He was in the House first, now he's in the Senate. He has sat on both of those committees, House Education and Senate Committee. Senate Education Committee. They both agreed to be our sponsors. From there, we met with the governor's office. Mark Ferrandino, Director Ferrandino, he's the director of the Office of State Budget and Planning. That is the governor's budget office. So we met with him, and we met with the state treasurer, Dave Young, as well as CDE. We had a meeting in Director Ferrandino's office, and if you remember, Ferrandino was also a Speaker of the House at one point, and he was the CFO for Denver School District. So he knows intimately what we're talking about. He understands the cash flow problems that districts have, whether it's Denver, who seems to have all the resources to tap into everything the state could offer, to small districts that just don't have the time or the resources to do that. Treasurer Young deferred to Director Ferrandino, which is great, because the treasurer's office plays a role in this when it comes to how the money, managing the cash flow for the state. CDE didn't say that they didn't have any problems, that they're really a pass-through entity for it. And then we as well met with different superintendents. Brett met with superintendents, he met with CFOs, also met with CASE, Colorado Association of School Executives. So we did the rounds within the education stakeholder community, as well as those decision makers that if the governor's office or Director Ferrandino said, no, this isn't gonna happen, it was dead on arrival. We wouldn't have even drafted it, actually, if he had said, no, we can't do this. There is good money right now in the state education fund. There's a lot of money in the state education fund, and that is how we will be able to jumpstart this year with moving from, well, it won't be it'll be next school year, moving from 9 to 12 to 9. Part of building the political capital, like I said, was becoming a bigger player within CASE. Brett is with school finance and within the CFO network. Casey as well is a player in that group, but there are other stakeholders like other school districts that they have lobbyists too. A lot of school districts have lobbyists, and so making friends with them, making allies, and that bill that we worked on towards the end of session, we really came together with Denver Public Schools, Aurora, St. Vrain, and Thompson School District, and we had our own coalition there. Not that CASE wasn't a part of it, but you know, we have to have our own allies and our own strong voices. We can't just be the only voices out there. Because this is a sound solution to some of the cash flow issues that districts are having, that is also coming to the legislature with a solution, not just a complaint, has also helped with Lewis Palmer's, with the district's profile, that we're not just there saying budget stabilization factor, you gotta buy it down, you gotta buy it down, you gotta buy it down. We came with a solution, and that is very, very well received. So that's the capital that we built, and from that success, what we are able to do with it this year. Now going into session that starts tomorrow. Do you have any questions about that?
About the,
Just about the bill or what we did the last 12 months?
so can you clarify for others what it means that this bill is taking us, what it means on how the money is distributed to the districts on the time? It's a calendar issue, basically. But for those that don't know what that means.
Sure. So the state share that we just talked about, state share and local share. The state share is distributed from the state to school districts in 12 equal installments. So once a month, the district gets a payment, but that overlaps at the end of the school year when we get the local property taxes in, when we get the local share in. So you have to save money at the end of the year, those 3 property tax months, which are March, May, and June. We have to save a bunch of that money to help cover the following 9 months, which means you have a big fund balance going into the new year that you're sitting on money. And the only reason to do that is the state has chosen to put out 12 equal payments instead of 9 payments, where then districts wouldn't have to carry over so much money from the local share. So what the bill does is it changes 12 payments, those 12 equal installments, into 9 that will come in non-local property tax months, which will raise what comes in each month, so then there is less that has to be held over from the prior year.
This would help with that February, we're in the trough in February. So February is always it's for any local entity, any governing entity, February is where it's just really like, just got to get through February so we can continue back up. So this is designed so that February is more balanced in paying our bills, right? Or no?
For us in particular, it won't eliminate the February trough, but it will flatten out the entire 12-month experience. So we won't have to start with as much cash high balance in July because our erosion of cash, our use of cash through those first months is going to be helped by increased state share payments through those first 7 months. So the shape of our curve, our cash flow curve, which has a V shape starting high in July and we go to that February trough and then we come back up, that will flatten out. And because that flattens out, that means we don't have to start July as high. That means the amount of fund balance that we've been saving on a year in, year out basis can actually be available for one-time investment spend, and that's the story that will play out again and again across the state. There's basically going to be, of the 178 school districts, there'll be 165 school districts that will benefit from this, to the tune of about $600 million across the state.
What about the other school districts that
Yeah.
are not part of that?
Yeah, the 13 are the school districts that are fully locally funded. So this is only a proposal to retime the payments of state share. So if you're not receiving any state share, there's basically not any opportunity for a district that's in that position.
Okay. And that goes back to, it's a solution. It's a sound solution that helps the vast, vast majority of districts and doesn't harm any districts at all. Okay, so with that, let's look forward to what we anticipate that's coming this year. I think you all have heard that the budget stabilization factor is anticipated to be brought down to 0. So just brought down basically to 0. As Brett talked about, how did they get that money and how did the money move to do that? The commitment is there from the governor's office and from legislators. So after we had the special session and there was some money that had to be moved around, where they will get the money to buy down the BS factor, it'll be from maybe adding a couple different sources, but I do believe that it will get bought down this year. And if you remember, that went into place in 2009 and has been as big as over $1 billion at one point. And now we're down to 250 something. So to be able to buy that down is, it is a very, very big deal. It is a monkey that's been on the back of districts for so long.
It doesn't compensate for all the loss of funding since 2009, since that factor went into effect, but it does eliminate it from right now when we get our dollars. After the finance formula is done and then the state says, okay, this is the percentage that will be taken back and withheld from you that you're supposed to be getting, but we're not going to be able to give that to you, so we're going to hold on to it. So they will no longer, buying down the budget stabilization factor says, Amy, you could probably, but it basically says, okay, we're not going to withhold the dollars anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But the loss in revenue doesn't change from the last, what is it, how many years has it been?
Yeah, that's 12, 13 years, and
Yeah.
and no, they're, that making whole would be a totally different conversation. That's not feasible. So this perceptually is an issue, and I think, as I've mentioned before to you all here, perceptually it's a bigger deal than it is actually fiscally.
Right.
Because the budget stabilization factor, yes, it got up to $1 billion. It really has come down to a lower level here in the recent years, and so that will be nice, but the actual monetary impact for us going into 24, 25 won't be that big of a deal. The other caution I would make is that budget stabilization factor as a concept does not go away. And the next time a recession comes, and if the state government has the need to, they will invoke this again. So we will get past one perceptual milestone with this, but it does not put it all to bed.
Yes, it's a mechanism that allows the legislature to balance the state budget through education. So it's a factor. You've probably heard about factors within the School Finance Act. This is one of those factors. And in buying it down, there will be a push this year to also eliminate it through legislation, eliminate that factor, which would make it harder than if we do go into a recession, to pass a bill that puts the factor back in as well as puts money in it. But I don't think that would pass. I think they still want to make sure that they have that out to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So you had mentioned that there are some task forces that have been meeting this year. One of them is on school finance, and the legislature typically, has always had interim committees. and so, which have legislators on them. Sometimes they have appointees as well, but an interim committee has legislators and they are given a certain number of bills that they can bring forward each session. We've had the school finance interim committee for 5 years, 4 years, 5 years, and they have yet to come forward with a wholesale rewrite. There have been other things that have come out of it, like SPED funding is one of those that we saw last year, but the wholesale rewrite didn't happen. So district said, hey, can we put together a task force of CFOs and those that really get school finance and really understand school finance? So they have been meeting for the last 6 months. Their report is due to the legislature January 31st. And there's no consensus. It's a very big task force. And the split on how to rewrite, or just what gets weighted and what doesn't, at risk, COLA, categoricals, CTE, all of these different things. The split is about 70-30 amongst the members, so they can't come to a full consensus. I do think we will see recommendations that come out of it, but again, not a whole rewrite. It'll be picking around the edges. I would say though that, Brett, I might speak for you here, that taking one bite at a time is likely at how it's going to happen. And doing a whole rewrite is too much. It's just too much change. And so even though we've been picking around the edges, I mean, you finally do get to the middle. And just like the mill levy override work that we have done over the last 10 years, that does make a difference going forward. COLA is definitely a hot topic. Cost of living adjustment, which the district would be impacted by. There is discussion that money would be taken out of COLA because COLA is over $1 billion right now and put into at-risk funding. Everybody talks about at-risk funding, where COLA is like 3 times of at-risk. So there is talk about shifting some of that money over. There is also talk, there was a bill passed a couple years ago to redo the formula for at-risk students and how those students are funded. That was supposed to go into place for this school year. CDE couldn't get it done, so they have been meeting again, and they have put out the signals to the Joint Budget Committee that they're not going to have it ready again for July. It's not coming together as they had anticipated. And again, that is the competing interests. How do you define at risk? CTE, so career and technical education, Senator Bridges, who's sponsoring our legislation, has been a champion of CTE. And there are so many different pockets of that money, whether it's sitting in the Department of Labor or it's over at CDE. There are different grant programs, there's different school programs. He has had a push for the last, this will be the 3rd year. He's pushed for more money every year and has gotten more money. But to bring that all into a categorical, so it's all housed in one place. The programs would still be there, the different grant programs, because those are set in statute, but instead of being siloed off, it would be under one categorical umbrella within school finance, because there are a lot of districts that, again, don't have the resources or the time to go after any of these grants for CTE. And there's some really, really good programs out there that are online based, that a student will come out with a certificate, a skill that will help them get a job upon graduation. But not everybody can tap into it. So we'll see that. He has been pushing, like I said, very hard for that. So this year could be the year that we see the bill that pushes that all into a categorical. And then lastly, the property tax task force, sorry, that one's hard. Property tax task force. That was put into place during the special session in November. They have a very accelerated timeline to meet. And this is not for this year, because you just voted on your mills for this year. This is for next year and what to do. There is a ballot measure that the governor doesn't like, which would be on this November's ballot, that brings assessed values back to 2020, and then they can only increase by 5% every 2 years. So it's the reset back to 2020. It could only increase by 5% each year. And then there's discussion about would there be a reset when the property is sold up to the value where it should be. So California does that. California has the model where it's set at a certain timeline.
Question on that, please.
It's set at a certain timeline, and then it would reset when the house sells. Was there a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
Thank you. Apologies for the interruption. So I think you're referring to Proposition 13 in California.
Yes.
Yeah, that's been around since the 70s, where they had some dynamics like we do now that are sustained.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, if that proposition passed in November 2024, what would be the fiscal impact on the Department of Education and potentially school districts, if any?
We haven't seen those numbers yet because that ballot measure is before the title board. I haven't heard those numbers yet. Have you?
I've not heard numbers on that. Speaking theoretically, if you're going to reduce, basically, if you're going to reset assessed values back to 2020, it means we're going to have a reduction in assessed value, which means we'll end up having a reduction in collections to the School Finance Act and such. So mathematically, I'd expect it to have a negative impact in terms of the funding for the School Finance Act. Now, would the state share be able to make up that change from the local share? That is the question would still be determined as well.
So I guess my question is, if that were to be enacted, cash flow would go down. So my question is, would that reduction of cash flow have a negative impact on school districts in Colorado?
I would say potentially, but we need to get some numbers to really know that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's an overview. We'll still see. There is another task force working on accountability, and we expect there will be maybe legislation that comes forward this session that just help lays the groundwork for the 2025 session. But again, they haven't come to consensus either on what is best when it comes to accountability. So we'll see if they do. But it's a task force of it's not legislators who don't know what they don't know. This is educators and people within education trying to figure this out.
Is this related to, right now we see accountability, we see, what's the word I'm looking for? Accountability through compliance versus accountability through innovation and making sure that we're actually meeting the needs of the students. Is that the same thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Trying to look at it so it's not just meeting the standard. Like this district has its own standard and how to grow from there.
So essentially, it's looking at our current school accountability structure, which is the district and school accountability frameworks, or the school performance frameworks. There was a large audit that was conducted over the course of the last year, and then this task force was developed in response to that audit to look at how we're measuring school performance as a state.
Is that similar to Dr. Summers? Dr. Shank and I attended a session that talked about that. Is that what that is about?
That particular session was probably the underground version
Okay.
of what potential changes are being talked about among administrators that I would say would differ from how Colorado Department of Education or a more above the table view of it would be. The reason I make that distinction is I don't believe what you heard in that session would represent the types of changes that would be proposed right now. It would take time and a lot of capital to be able to use that type of influence in the way that, I mean, I'm trying to speak very diplomatically here. What you heard was a very raw and real reaction to the shortfalls of our current accountability system, and I don't know that those that uphold the accountability system would necessarily agree with everything that was asserted in that session.
I want to make sure, because this is intriguing to me, and I'm just interested in this, because the way I understand it is accountability is measured. So, for example, SB 191, or is that not part of this, or is this more like the test scores that our kids are defined by test scores and not by who they are?
It's
This is
how-
specifically the district and school performance frameworks, which include our state assessments along with our matriculation rates, graduation rates. So it's specific to school performance.
Okay.
And what you have to understand is those formulas and cut points and measures are highly regulated, and ultimately it's the decision of the state board as to any changes that may be made. But the topic of accountability at a broad level, which is what you were hearing from the presenters, that panel of that session, I think has some pretty, as you heard, some pretty impactful perspective that may or may not be supported at the level of the powers that be.
I just wanted to make sure I understood it, that's all.
And then lastly, I'll close with our, the legislative day at the Capitol that we'll do again this year. We haven't set that date yet because we want to wrap it around when we believe our bill will be in committee. And so that we're there, people can testify if they want to. The bill should be introduced here either this week or next week. It is Senator Lundin and Senator Bridges' first bill. So it'll be within the first 100 bills that are introduced. So once we get an idea of the timeline, we will try to wrap it around when we see that bill up at the Capitol.
That would be good.
Any other questions?
Any questions?
Well, thank you. It is such an honor to represent the district. It has been so fun this year to be up there, make those introductions, as well as just be in those meetings representing this district. So thank you.
I have a question. When you talked about the coalitions and the relationship building within the different districts throughout the state, I personally, as one board member, would like to make sure that we're continuing to build allies with our El Paso County school district neighbors. I think that's very important because we have a lot more in common with along the Front Range here in El Paso County. And a lot of times up here in Monument, Palmer Lake, and the county, we're not as included with the Colorado Springs different school districts. But what happens in El Paso County to them is often similar to what is going on with us in our school district as well.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a comment on that. We agree. I think we have a very strong and working relationship and partnership with all of our surrounding districts, and that goes beyond just even El Paso within the Pikes Peak Area Superintendents Association. In addition to our role, we have several of us on our executive team that sit on a variety of case committees. And so I think that is certainly there. And I would add and I will tell you that I personally believe, and I think a lot of this is a testament to Amy and her presence, her advocacy on our behalf. We never were perceived as a big player at the state level. And that has significantly changed within 12 months. And look no further than a bill that we obviously spent some time on earlier this morning. So this is a value add, not only for the benefit of our system locally, but it also is helping up the game, if you will, at, I think, even more the statewide level in terms of we can position ourselves as a leader in the state, both on behalf of the students and families that we represent, as well as creating influence that's even more broad. So I just want to say it's a win-win for us, and it's one that's really important, and it's just one that's a testament to Amy and her approach, her partnership, and to be able to bring her in. And anytime you all have questions about anything that you're hearing legislatively over the course of this session, please don't hesitate to reach out directly. Well, for the moment, I would reach out primarily to Brett or myself. Amber also sits in on these. We bring Rick or Alicia in some different categories of conversation as well. But we want this to be fluid, accessible, so forth. I know we talked a little bit about Day at the Capitol. We'll need to come up with more particulars, logistics around that. But we're just grateful for her partnership, her leadership, and we're going to continue to do great things on behalf of those that we serve and at a statewide level. So kudos to you and thank you.
Thank you so much for advocating. And we as a district, we put our 3 resolutions, because we work with you and CASB, and buying down that budget stabilization factor and getting it down to 0. That was also what you said, that's work that's being done to get that down, keeping in mind that there's nothing right now, there's no mechanism to stop the legislatures from doing it again. So personally, I want to see us, and I plan on advocating to make sure that that doesn't get done again to us. The other thing we've been working on is we'll have D38 representation at the federal level in DC at the end of this month. We'll be advocating for fully funding special education throughout the United States. For those that don't know, special education is supposed to be fully funded, which means 40% is considered fully funded, which means it's not fully funded, but right now that hasn't happened since the 80s. So, and that's dollars that can be used in our education programming if we are fully funding special education. So we'll be advocating. One of our lawmakers is not going to be running for another term, so that lawmaker that we would have had been able to tug on on Lamborn's ear, but we'll still be tugging on ears and fighting for D38 for our students and our staff. And it's a big effort, and it takes all of us at the table. It takes Amy at the table. It takes each of us at the table. It takes our teachers being at the table. Something that's important to me is we see a lot of grants and a lot of other dollars being put into the general fund when we talked about this with local control of our dollars and local control of our curriculum. We have school districts across the state that there's grants out there, and you hear how much dollars there are for education, but you can't actually qualify for those grants, or you don't have the resources to apply for those grants. So that's not really dollars that we're able to use or capitalize on to put towards our own school district. So those are the types of things that are important, that we're having those conversations with our lawmakers as we're going forward, that how are we making sure that we're leveraging who we are as D38 on behalf of our students and our staff and our community. So it's a joint effort, and thank you for being there, and thank you for doing that, and I look forward to being up there. And it's open to any of us that want to be advocating for D38. Please, please, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't hesitate to reach out. If you're going to be in Denver, and you just want to come by and you want to see our legislators or meet other people, just let Brett know. He'll let me know, and we'll get connected and we'll have you in. I would love to have you there. And the other thing is, if you're in a meeting or you hear of something, you hear of a bill or a concept, don't hesitate to reach out. You don't need to know a bill number. I'll know what the bill is that they're talking about. If you can say, somebody said something about this and this, I'll be able to figure it out and get you the information that you need.
And we'll get Miss Atwood's number out too.
Mm-hmm.
all of us.
And texting is fantastic. I'm not in front of my computer. I'm always standing talking all day, so you'll get a much quicker response on text.
Excellent, thank you. All right, let's move on, unless there's any other comments or questions, let's move on to C2. No, consideration of intergovernmental agreement with Tri-View Metropolitan District.
Ms. Upchurch, if I can just do a quick introduction to another guest that we're grateful for their attendance here today, Jim McGrady, Director with Tri-View Metropolitan District. I'm going to let Jim do a lot of the heavy lifting here in terms of background and where we currently sit in relationship to this draft intergovernmental agreement. The essence of, I think, what we have in front of us today is helping the board understand what has happened up to this point, what is being proposed, and then ultimately what potential approval will be required to move forward. And Jim has just been a great partner in this effort, as well as, and I know we don't have anyone, at least in the circle here, from the town of Monument, but I would echo their partnership from the few folks that are here behind us, and continuing to partner in an effort toward understanding any potential additions or developments to the district and or to the community, and what potential impacts that has at our specific sites and for our students and families, et cetera. So with all of that, Jim, I'm going to turn the mic over to you and let you roll.
Thank you very much, Dr. Summers. My name is Jim McGrady. I'm the district manager for Tri-View Metropolitan District. And just by way of history, Higbee Road itself is a road that runs east and west, basically from Jackson Creek Parkway out several miles to the east. For the longest time, that road was part of the county, and that road was basically owned and maintained by the county. A couple, 3 years ago, Tri-View and the town of Monument looked at that road and realized that it's probably a road that serves a lot of our developments, specifically Jackson Creek subdivision that is located just on the south side. It also serves Home Place Ranch that is also on the south side of Higbee Road. So what we looked at doing is trying to understand a way that we could potentially annex that road right-of-way into the town of Monument, and then at the same time include that road within the Tri-View Metropolitan District. Now we have an agreement, a 1987 agreement, that essentially says that Tri-View will maintain roads that are essentially within the town of Monument. So it wasn't sufficient for us just to bring it into the Tri-View. We had to bring it first into the town and then bring it into Tri-View for future maintenance. At that time, we all agreed. We looked at what was being developed on the south side of Higbee Road, primarily about 400 homes, some multifamily, some potential retail. We looked at what could be developed in that area, and we decided, you know, let's see if we can look at maybe widening this road to make it more useful for those that travel that road on a regular basis. So we began a process whereby we did a study that looked at what it would take to widen Higbee Road. And we went very deliberately through that. We looked at some of the trickier intersections and determined that, you know, they were problematic. But at the end of the day, we looked at a section of road specifically from Jackson Creek Parkway to the east, essentially to, I'm trying to think, not quite to Fairplay. So Cloverleaf, it comes to mind, I think is really where we saw the biggest need to widen that road From that point on, from Cloverleaf on, it's kind of a rural section. There's not a lot of development to the east. So we looked at what would it take to widen from Cloverleaf back down to Jackson Creek. So we've been working with the developer. The developer put into the kitty that Triview established. It was actually an escrow account, $2.5 million. And we have used that $2.5 million that was funded by the developer, and we put that money into an escrow account, and we've hired a professional engineer to do the design for Higbee Road. And basically, Chris has kind of got a little map here of what we've looked at. So the reason I'm here today basically is a number of things. First of all, as you see, there's a roundabout being proposed that would take basically folks that are students that are trying to get into Lewis Palmer High School. Right now you have access on the east side and you have access on the west side. In a widened circumstance, basically with a 4-lane road and turn lanes, it would be very difficult to continue that access the way it's designed. So what we've tried to do is come up with a roundabout facility that would allow students to access the parking lot from both the west and the east, and also exit the parking lot without trying to cross a median. Right now, if you were trying to get out of that parking lot and you wanted to go east, you have to make a left turn out of the parking lot to go east. And in a widened circumstance, that's very dangerous. So we began to look at some sort of a roundabout situation. We also looked at having room on the south side of the road for about an 8 to 10 foot wide sidewalk that could be used as both a multifamily or a multi-purpose trail. For instance, you could have pedestrians, you can have bikes, you can have what have you on that trail section on the south side. In talking with the town of Monument, they wanted a sidewalk connection from the western driveway across by the stadium there all the way over to Jackson Creek. The problem is there's a lot of trees there, there's facilities there, there's a long jump pit, several other things. So it was difficult to get that sidewalk built through there, if not impossible. So what we decided to do is approach District 38 and ask if they would be kind enough to grant us an easement along your property from Jackson Creek Parkway all the way to the east over to Bowstring. That 20-foot easement then allows us to have plenty of room to potentially widen Higbee Road if it ever needed to be widened above and beyond what we're proposing, and also have a place for a sidewalk that would connect basically Lewis Palmer High School all the way over to Jackson Creek. As you're probably familiar, the town of Monument is looking at widening Jackson Creek Parkway north of Higbee. Triview widened Jackson Creek south of Higbee several years ago, but now we're looking at widening, or the town is looking at widening Jackson Creek north of Higbee. There will be a sidewalk along that east side, so it's just natural that the sidewalk that traverses the northern side of Higbee turns the corner and goes north, and then also comes to the south. So what we're trying to do is, this purpose of this IGA is basically to ask the school district to grant to Triview a 20-foot easement that basically runs along right directly behind the northern right-of-way of Higbee Road. It basically gives us a place to build our roundabout. It gives us a place to build a sidewalk, and it basically doesn't affect your parking. We've worked very closely with staff to make sure that parking is not influenced at all or reduced. And this is just more or less a way to get some right-of-way. Now, as you go from Bowstring further to the east, out toward Cloverleaf, there's an existing easement through there that can be used for future widening. The developer is also looking at dedicating a 30-foot right-of-way to the south. So in totality, we'll have about 120 feet of right-of-way, 100 feet of right-of-way, 20 feet of easement, and that is sufficient to build basically any road that you can possibly imagine, including trails and utilities that have to be installed in that general vicinity. So that's the ask today. Now, let me kind of add a little bit more complexity to this, because we didn't want to just come to the school district and say, gee, can we have 20 feet? I talked with Chris here, and there's an obvious need also at Bear Creek Elementary. And if do you want to maybe scroll over there? Let's see if we can find. Yeah, we're going to find Bear Creek Elementary here in a second. Well, we'll wing it. How's that? Essentially, what was explained to TriView is a situation that exists in the at Bear Creek Elementary School, and what that is you end up when the school is really busy and parents are picking up their students, you end up with a situation whereby the parents that are coming to the school are backing up into and onto leather chaps. So the thought was, can we widen leather chaps to allow stacking for people that want to go and pick their students up and not have the cars parked in the middle of leather chaps? So that's basically what we're trying to do, is widen that section of leather chaps, and also do some improvements on Creekside that allows some stacking on Creekside Drive.
And I wanted to ask about that because I saw the changes made on Creekside, and
Yes.
the community isn't terribly thrilled from some of the stuff I've seen because those lanes are extremely narrow.
They are
cars
narrow.
pass.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing was done to widen it. We just painted more lines there. So on leather chaps, is the idea to actually widen the street?
Yes, it is. It's to widen it. And what we wanted to do is try to solve some of the problem that currently exists on leather chaps. And we thought, even though the lanes are narrow, they're 10 feet.
Now, is that intended to be permanent, or is the hope that you guys will come back and widen Creekside?
We won't be widening Creekside, I don't think. But if we have stacking on leather chaps, then maybe you don't need as double lanes on Creekside.
So they could potentially go back to the single lanes?
It could go back, yes, sir. Okay. Okay, so, yeah, let's look at Creekside. It's, I think, the last one. So let's go down one more. There we go. So there's Creekside. So that's currently what we striped through there. We had about 36 feet, something like that, to work with. There's a lot of stuff on the north side of Creekside, as you can well imagine. So what we tried to do is put in some lanes that are approximately 8 feet wide, basically just for a very slow-moving trail of cars that can turn the corner and go north into the student pickup area. So we're trying to get some cars off of leather chaps. This was low-hanging fruit. This was something that we could do. We did it. Tri-View paid for it, and it's meant to try to improve the situation. If it doesn't work, and you know, I think it's basically folks not being familiar with it that's causing the issues. But in time, if it's just a complete disaster, it doesn't work, it doesn't have to remain. Our main concern is leather chaps, and there's about a 450-foot roadway improvement that we're proposing that would widen leather chaps, and just to try to get that situation improved.
Do we have an image of what you guys are proposing for the leather chap side?
I'm sorry,
Do we have an image?
Yes, yes.
Chris, pull up what? Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, we can talk a little bit about that. No. Yeah, I prefer the red one. Let's grab that. Yeah. Yep, right here. So, essentially, what we're doing, that red line goes all the way to the northern driveway that you have. So, what we're trying to do is create about a 12-foot lane in there. It's 460 feet long, and it wraps around that corner, and then we had to kind of widen that and tie the sidewalks together and what have you. So the idea would be to be able to pull off there, wait for the turn onto Creekside, and not be impeding traffic on leather chaps. So that's the ultimate solution. So what we're working through is that, and Tri-View is in the position of funding that in totality, that improvement. We've already done the survey work on it. We're in the process of doing the actual civil design on that section of road, and it would be our intention to try to get this built in the summer of 2024 when school is closed. So that would be our timing. That, of course, ties in then with the dedication of that 20-foot easement for our Higbee Road widening, which will hopefully take place over the next several years as funding becomes available. So that's essentially my overview of everything. I'm certainly willing to answer questions, specific questions, and go from there.
Do we want to start with questions?
I have a question about what the Bear Creek road widening has to do with the easement.
Well, it's basically, as we looked at it, the Bear Creek Road widening is something that was suggested, that was brought up to Tri-View as we discussed the widening of Higbee Road. And when we were talking about the easement and the need for a sidewalk and what have you, it was brought to our attention this issue out here. And quite frankly, I didn't know about it, and it just seemed like, gosh, if we could tie the two together, it basically, we're essentially helping fund the acquisition of that easement by doing this improvement. So it's kind of almost a quid pro quo, and it's something the school district really wanted. I'll be honest with you, I think the widening of Higbee Road is something that the school district should really want, because it's going to improve safety dramatically. And I think it's just a real partnership between both Tri-View and District 38. And it's like, you know, we're getting something in an easement. We're building a much nicer road, and not asking for donations or contributions from District 38 for the widening of Higbee. And we're basically saying, hey, we've got an issue here. I've got a lot of parents that live in my district that sit in that line. And it's kind of like, wow, what can we do to really work together to make this a better situation? So that's the way this whole conversation is.
But that road that you're showing, if it needs improvements, those would be Tri-View's improvements anyway, right? Whether you are getting the easement or not, this looks like a needed improvement to Tri-View's existing roads.
Probably.
Okay.
Probably, and I think the important point to realize is that we thought that by putting all this together on the table in the form of an IGA would demonstrate the partnership between District 38 and Tri-View. And, you know, obviously it just seemed like this was an ideal time to put both of these projects together and make it happen for a number of reasons.
Now, an oversimplified question, but why does D38 have to give up the land rather than coming from the undeveloped land across the street?
Well,
I have the same question.
yeah, and that's a great question. And the reason that is the developer on the south side of the Higbee Road is already giving up 30 feet of right-of-way. Plus, if you know anything about Mountain View Electric's requirements, they don't like to be put in a right-of-way. So there will be an additional 20 feet of easement put on the south side of that. So you start taking 50 feet off of the south side of Higbee Road, that's really begins to impact the viability and feasibility of that development.
I would think the residents would enjoy that, having a little more space from the road, but
Yeah, but so they've got they're giving up roughly 50 feet, and this 20 feet is something that, because of the sidewalk and you wanting to try to align everything in perfect alignment, you don't want offset intersections.
understood.
So we felt that getting 20 feet on the north side, plus it gives, Tri-View would be maintaining that section of road through there and the sidewalks and the roundabout. It just felt like it was kind of to be perfectly honest with you, the sleeves out of your vest, because it's an area that's not really developed very well and could never be developed or used, and yet there's benefit to the students.
I mean, I do agree that that road section would be much nicer for students, much safer for new drivers getting out and all that, so do appreciate that.
Can we take a look at a bigger picture of the roundabout that is
Hold on, Chris.
that we're talking about? Because
Can you pull the roundabout up, Chris?
I asked him to hold on a minute. I'm sorry to cut you off,
Oh,
but
okay.
if we're on this screen, I
Yeah,
got a few
yeah.
more questions. Maybe we can.
Sure, absolutely.
That 450-foot turn lane, has there been an analysis done? That's roughly 40 cars, 45 cars. You said you were unaware of the traffic problems there. I'm personally not intimate with the traffic problems. Is 45 cars really going to solve the problem? Has an analysis been done on flow of traffic?
It has been.
Okay.
And our traffic engineer looked at that very closely, and it will definitely help. And will it totally eliminate it? You can never say it will totally eliminate it, but it'll make it really much better. And the backup right now extends, quite honestly, it extends all the way up to the north side of that driveway. So by moving this over, there's such a narrow window in there. There's only about a 10-minute window, and this is an issue. So by widening that out, you're shortening that window where that issue actually occurs.
And this is being built with the funds that the developer put in Kitty.
On Creekside, no.
Then on Leather Chaps.
Leather Chaps, no.
That's coming out of
It's
Mountain
coming
View.
out. No, it's coming out of Tri-View's pocket.
Tri-View. Sorry. Yeah.
I wish
Yeah.
it was Mountain View.
Yeah,
No, this is coming out of Tri-Views.
okay.
It's in our budget, in our 20,
And the sidewalks,
yes.
Tri-View takes care of the sidewalks, plowing them in the wintertime, and the new sidewalk additions, they'll be doing the same? Okay. Dr. Shank, I'm so sorry I hijacked
No,
your.
no,
That was a
no,
great
that
question.
made total sense to me. I'd like to see a close-up of the roundabout that goes into the parking lot.
Can just maybe just enlarge that. There we go. Enlarge it a little further. Yeah, how's that? Is that good enough? We can kind of maybe
Scooch it down.
move
Yeah,
it
we
over
can-
just to
yeah, move it over.
scroll it over. There we go. How's that? Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Mr. Schwartz had to.
So, what's, I don't understand well, on the top part, where, is that just an out, another out?
Yeah, there's a storm sewer inlet that is right there. So what you've essentially got is you've got a way to go from east to west, and you turn right through there. Excellent. And you turn from right into that driveway. Coming out, you come right that way, and then you can go enter the roundabout and go back to the east or go to the west.
So, I just didn't understand this. This is going
North.
north only?
Yes.
So, if you're coming from here, you go,
Make a pretty hard right to get into
okay, and that's coming
that. Out.
out.
Or you could take it right sooner, yeah? If you're going westbound from further back, there's another entry point right after the baseball field.
Right
That's
here?
That bowstring, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
So
no,
that-
no,
so-
no, that's,
Bowstring-
no, that's
Bowstring's
our school.
further, I'm
Yeah, 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 I got it. I understand.
Right, wouldn't you say, Jim, that would probably be something we would want to educate our students on, is that's the better way to enter
Yeah.
if they're coming to school westbound.
Yes.
Right, okay, so this is eastbound, this is westbound? I didn't know what this was, so now I do, and I'm a little worried about the confluence of all this traffic with potentially new drivers. Anybody else? I mean, I'm not sure I could negotiate this.
Well, and I think that it's if you're going to learn to drive, you're going to have to learn to drive through roundabouts over time. And I think there's a lot of things the school district can certainly do to educate, and we've had this conversation with our traffic engineer. What can the school district do to educate their students how to navigate through this? And like was mentioned, the logical way is to not even get into that roundabout, but come straight in. If you're coming in from the east, turn straight into the parking lot. And the same thing would be coming out on the west side.
So if you're going in from this direction,
Yeah, you'd have to go around the roundabout, the other way.
Would we block left turn at that first entrance right there? Or still allow it if somebody wants to wait? We wouldn't want people just to sit there and wait.
You would not
So you-
allow somebody to make, if you're trying to get in that driveway next to the stadium,
left here.
yeah, you can't be going east and make that left into that.
Good.
That will not be allowed.
And that exiting
So-
there would
so
be a
I-
right turn
I'm-
only?
Which would also help alleviate the exit flow. So Dr. Shank, two things. Could I borrow your?
Yeah.
A good thing someone thought ahead on this, huh?
Good job, Chris.
You're
Won't be taking my laser pointer neither.
One of the things that we have to keep in mind, and yes, I mean, the volume that we have of drivers, incoming LPH, right? We understand that this will be a change. What I was saying earlier is students that are coming in, and students or parents, right? Because there's a lot of parent drop-off in the mornings. We will be stressing this to be the entrance point for anyone that's traveling from further back here, okay? This will be stressed as more of an exit point. And it's cut off a little bit here, but we're going to really emphasize the flow of traffic coming in and out this way. So that should alleviate some of the backlog that I think we're anticipating here. So clearly anyone that's coming in from this direction is going to have to make a turn around this roundabout into this middle section, which is going to change the way that so you're essentially going to have cars coming in this way, leaving this way, and yes, to some extent leaving this way. But my bigger point is, yes, it looks like a lot, and Miss Upchurch just reminded me of this. We have a similar, it's not the same location relative to the school, but we have a similar roundabout when you go into Palmer Ridge High School on the south end. And we also have a roundabout, well, we don't, but Monument Academy has one as they're facilitating their entry exit. We actually believe this is a much safer design than what we're even currently working with, and then anticipating, obviously, more traffic and the widening. In all that to say, we think this is a good design.
And one last thing just to point out is you'll notice that there's crosswalks
Oh,
that are
real quick.
crossing Higbee Road right near the roundabout there, and
Right here.
Yep. And
Right
that
here.
is the purpose of that is to get students to the south side, because there's obviously development that's going to take place to the south. So it's a way for walking students to leave that parking lot and have a really safe spot to cross.
And this will be a raised path for any students that are coming. I mean, I don't know how many walkers we will have. And the other thing we're thinking about, just to keep this in bigger perspective, right, is what does this look like 15, 20 years from now with more development and to the degree that we have more students that are attending as a result. I think we talked a little bit about the parking lot redesign, but that's what you're seeing reflected here.
Sorry, you're saying these would be raised crosswalks, so they wouldn't?
This one would be, this particular one.
Oh, okay.
So, wouldn't it make more sense, and I, I don't know about this stuff, but this is really complicated, and we've got new drivers, to have a regular roundabout with ingress, egress on all four sides without all this extra stuff going on, because that's what people understand about roundabouts. That just worries me about new drivers dealing with that.
I would, not trying to necessarily take away from that perspective, I think what it represents anytime we are introducing a process, whether it is how drivers are coming to school or how they go to lunch or how, fill in the blanks. It's all about how we teach them and how we create expectations. And once you've established a pattern for those things to occur, it actually eliminates a lot of the guesswork. So, yes, will it be an adjustment? Of course. Will it be something that we can help our students learn and understand? Absolutely. It's really less of a, while it may look one way on paper, and I think, to the degree that we've had a lot of these conversations, we've vetted this with multiple members of the Lewis Palmer High School staff, including security, Town of Monuments' view of it, our view of it. So all that to say, yes, it represents change, but we believe it's something that we can certainly help our kids and our community understand what it will look like moving forward and how they can engage with it.
This is a question for TriView, because this is way beyond what I would have any expertise on. Has there been some sort of study that about the estimated volume of traffic that we're going to have between the roundabout and Jackson Creek Parkway? Because we all know that's the one time a roundabout fails, is when traffic is stopped in any one direction, and then nobody moves anywhere.
Right, and that was one of the things that we looked at is roundabouts have a throughput of roughly 5 times what a regular lighted intersection has.
Right.
So when you have this type of volume, there's actually going to be another one at Bowstring. So you've got a roundabout feeding into another roundabout.
So that should filter traffic essentially.
And so you're going to be funneling a lot of traffic down this way. What we looked at is what happens at the intersection of Jackson Creek Parkway. And Jackson Creek Parkway right there, that becomes problematic. So you can see how we've got a right turn lane that goes and turns and goes to the north. That right turn lane where it's shown there is essential to making sure that you don't have a backup that occurs at Jackson Creek Parkway. So yes, we have looked at that and made sure that there's adequate stacking at that intersection so you don't flush so much traffic down there that you end up with a backup into your roundabout area.
Okay. Because yeah, obviously, just for everyone, what I'm thinking of is if you have a light, and which would of course slow down traffic, but if you get a stop up in one direction, people can still go the other 3 directions typically. Whereas once you hit a roundabout, you get a stop up like that, people fill up the roundabout and nobody's moving in any direction.
Right. It can be a real problem. Correct. We also feel that Bowstring, with that roundabout at Bowstring, that's going to take a lot of traffic to the south.
And are these single lane or double lane roundabouts?
This is a double lane that goes into a single lane. And that is a more typical roundabout that you're seeing at Bowstring, but you can imagine that a large number of people are going to want to avoid this area altogether, at least I would.
You would think people would do that, but I look at these elementary schools and people there's 14 ways out of Kings Deer, and everyone will still go right past Prairie Winds.
What can you say? But anyway, on this particular thing, we would certainly think people would take that and go down Bowstring and come out at a different point down on Jackson Creek.
So I have some questions and thoughts as well. I watched a long Town of Monument meeting last Tuesday, I believe it was. And if I understand correctly, in their discussion, that they haven't decided what type of road that's going to be designated with as yet, correct? Like whether it's arterial or collector. So wouldn't this all still be dependent on the Town of Monument? Is my first question. Then my second question is, as you go east, that becomes county road. So how does that affect that housing where it says utility easement?
There is an existing easement where you see that 20 feet in that green line. That is an existing easement that's already been platted as a result of that subdivision being constructed years and years and years ago. So at one point in time, the thought was that Mountain View Electric would put their electric line in that area. They're actually not going to. They're going to put it on the south side. So that 20 feet there, and that's part of the reason why we've chosen that, is that 20 feet is, in fact, available for a future widening way down the road. As far as whether it's a minor arterial or a major collector, I don't know. We're setting this up. The Town of Monument has come to us and said they want 120-foot right-of-way. So we've tried to accommodate that. When we've done the design, you don't need 120-foot right-of-way through there at this stage of the game. There's no way you need that. I mean, that's a giant road. But we're trying to be cognizant of what the town is potentially asking for way down the road. Right now, we have the road designed to fit within 100 feet, which is basically a major collector, and the road does fit within that. The only issue is that darn sidewalk down there to the west of the roundabout into the school. That becomes really problematic. We need that area to the west to get that sidewalk in there. and you can see where those trees are. And there's a fence that's
There.
right there on that property line.
Right there, right? Correct.
A little bit further to the west.
To the west, over here.
Right in here, yeah. That's where the real issue.
And that's that fence that's near, basically that's all our football
Yeah.
area.
Track.
What is that parking right there? Okay.
It's also a location where we can store snow, be able to move things to, so that we can make sure that that lot remains clear in the event of a winter storm.
So the sidewalk is gonna go basically where this current, it's kind of like a knoll where those trees are, right? Is that where you're wanting to put the sidewalk? Okay. And then when students are leaving and they're going along this sidewalk right here, so if that is a raised sidewalk, Dr. Summers, does that mean that no more that traffic can't come in here and go straight through to there anymore?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. So as a Lewis Palmer High School parent, I do recognize, we do drop off, well, we're past drop off because of the 2-hour delay, but while we've been sitting here, my husband's been dropping off my kiddo, and we come in this way, and then we circle around, and then we come out, we go out here to where that bowstring is where a lot of parents end up doing, because it's easier, and you're not, a lot of students come out this way. I see a lot of students every day when they're, especially when they're leaving, coming out and turning here, and then I hold my breath for them as I watch them jump into traffic to try to get west or east. So clearly our number one priority is, when I'm sitting here as a school board director, what I'm looking at is I want to make sure that we are forming good partnerships with our town of Monument, with our town of Palmer Lake, with our county, with Triview, because this is all of us. These schools belong to us as taxpayers. So this land that we're looking at, we as school board directors, this doesn't belong to us. This land belongs to the taxpayers. So I do appreciate that we're having this discussion, because ultimately it is the taxpayers that have elected us to be fiduciarily responsible for this space, and the space that's at Bear Creek as well along Leather Chaps. My priority personally is to make sure that our students and our staff are safely getting in and out of our schools. At the same time, my priority is also, so I am curious, we don't get to decide, honestly, I get it, we don't get to decide on road design. That's not in our purview. And when I ran for this position 6 years ago, I will say that I never thought I would be having to research and learn traffic lanes, widths, development. That was not in my purview. What I was thinking was, with all the development going in, what are they doing for our infrastructure? Because our infrastructure is what is affected by any time there's growth. So what are the developers doing for us? And so when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, okay, we have to adjust for growth. I get that. But how are they helping us to adjust for growth? And if the town of Monument comes in and says they want this wider, and this all happens, what does Triview then do? What does, let's say that, I mean, we're not voting today, but let's say that this happens, and then town of Monument says, well, we want this to be an arterial road. Well, now you have to adjust the plans again, right? Or am I understanding that?
Yeah, and that's been kind of part of the challenge, is it's been moving the goalposts on us quite a bit. We initially started out with a 100-foot right-of-way, and then, there's been, various suggestions about, gee, we need a sidewalk on the north side, then the trail on the south side. Well, what are we going to do with that? And so we've been trying to juggle this design as best we can. What I think is obvious right now is we can only do what we know right now. And that is, the road that we've designed functions very well within 100-foot right-of-way. If there has to be an additional widening 25, 30, 40 years from now, that will be, in all likelihood, the right-of-way will be set aside so that that can be accomplished. Now, how it's going to be paid for, I have no idea. But I can tell you this much, it's very typical that if there is a development to the east, that would cause this road to be insufficient, I would submit that you would want to basically talk to that developer about doing off-site improvements, which would be the widening, additional widening of this road.
Now, one concern on that, though, would be that once we allow them to build right up to that red line or wherever, however close they can get, we're never going to get that space back. So.
Right.
Well, and that's what we're, and this is, well, there's a setback off of that. And that's, and
Right,
what
but they're
we're-
going to build up to the setback as close as they legally can, aren't they?
Right, right, and that's 120 feet. So that would be more than sufficient. Jackson Creek Parkway is only 120 feet wide. So you'd be building a road commensurate with Jackson Creek Parkway along here.
Now, the best that I could follow the Town of Monument Board meeting, it sounds like that was tabled for now because there's
I
concerns
think
about-
I think the developer wanted to examine some, it was actually the developer that proposed the tabling. And I think it was his desire to kind of have, A, this conversation, and also B, to kind of allow him to look at, how can he adjust his site plan to accommodate these requirements.
Okay, and then I was following part of the concerns about Town of Monument must own the easements and some of those things.
Right, so I had that question as well. Is the Lewis Palmer High School land in Tri-View's district?
That, it doesn't have to be within Tri-View's district.
But
It-
the
it-
IGA says very specifically that you can only build roads in your own district, and so is it?
We would probably include that, to be honest with you. If that easement came along there, then we would probably look at approaching this board about including that easement within the Tri-View Metropolitan District. Because one of the things that's very clear in my mind is we have to, when we collect money from our residents, it's for improvements that are done within the district.
Right, but
And
today,
right now,
you can't, right?
What-
Without that being in Tri-View, you cannot do it. Is that correct?
We can cross it, but we can work, it's a gray area. We could potentially build a sidewalk. If we were going to widen a road, that's a lot different. We would probably want to include that little strip along there in Tri-View just to make it everything copacetic.
Now, being new to this, what does the inclusion of that mean to D3? Does it cost us anything?
Absolutely
Right,
nothing. There's no financial impact whatsoever. When you do an inclusion of the property, typically if you were paying taxes, then you would pay taxes on that property in Tri-View. Since, District 38 does not pay taxes, there is no financial obligation. It's just a piece of paper, basically.
Okay, thank you.
So make sure I understand, right now you're proposing that, again, that bump, the hill, is going to become a sidewalk.
It could have a sidewalk in that area, yes. And certainly from that driveway all the way over.
When students are crossing from Lewis Palmer High School along that sidewalk and along the raised sidewalk, where is the crossing? I guess I shouldn't have given you the light yet. Trying to see how they get across walkers, and students are walking. When we're coming in and out of that school, there are students running across Higbee right now and going through the new undeveloped development to get to their houses over closer to Bear Creek. That's happening.
Yeah, as I understand
all
it,
the
they're
time.
going to be crossing on ground level through the roundabout, so they're going to have to
So-
stop
Yes,
traffic.
yes, sir. You cannot put a speed bump or a speed hump in a roundabout. That's just doesn't work.
So how are we
But-
ensuring that there's safe crossing right here?
Especially
They're,
for new
they're just
drivers.
basically the speeds.
Okay.
Yeah, when you have an at-grade crossing at a signal.
Is it
Okay.
is it a
No.
crossing signal?
No, no, no.
Oh, okay.
No. It would just be a sidewalk. But people are slowed down so far when they come into a roundabout. There's rarely, if ever, a fatality at a roundabout. When you look at fatalities, they occur at a lighted intersection where people are, running across the street, and then of course driver doesn't see the lights red and they bowl right into the pedestrian. At a roundabout, vehicles slow down to the point where they can safely cross at in that area. If there's a need for, some sort of a flashing light or something like that, warning people, students in that area, that can be installed. We haven't gotten quite to that point.
And this roundabout is bigger than the one that's at Woodmore and Lake Woodmore, right? Because that's a disaster.
Yeah. This is I forget the diameter of this. I think it's 100. Yeah, I think this one's 120 feet
And then,
diameter.
and I'm sorry, well, thank you for answering all my questions. I don't need you to pull up Bear Creek, but the creekside egress that you have right now, where we've taken a 2-lane road and turned it into 4 lanes. And again, I never thought, being on a school board, I would be learning about the ideal lane widths and traffic flow and all of this development stuff that was not something I ever thought I would have to learn about. So now what I've learned is that the ideal lane width is between 10 feet and 12 feet. That between 10 and 12 feet lanes are proven to make roads safer, but the current Creekside is 8 feet. They're both of them going in is 8 feet, and the wheel axle, this is things I look up, the wheel axle size of an F-150 is is almost the same, so that leaves very little room. So I do, not that we are in charge of or have any purview over lane striping or anything like that, but I would advocate for Creekside, when you're looking at leather chaps going into Creekside, I would personally advocate on behalf of my students that are our students in this community and our parents that are driving their students in, that be looked at. Would be just feedback I would give.
And to your point, I drove that over the weekend in a typical large SUV. It's common in this area. And with the little bit of snow right up against the sidewalk and you trying to give I was still over the lane. I don't imagine you'd have a second car of equal size next to you without taking mirrors off.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It was a good idea, but it's not the greatest idea. And it's something, yeah, we can always scoot a curb back.
And that's what I was going to ask, is
Yeah.
at the same time that you're widening leather chaps, could that not be widened a little bit around the
Yeah.
corner as well?
Yeah. We can certainly look at that.
In essence, it's the same contractors or the same subcontractors to do that. So between the demo and the curb construction, it would make a lot of sense to do it all at the same time.
Totally agree.
I agree.
So when we're looking at this, we're not voting on this at all today, so we still have an opportunity to collect data and learn. And this land is the taxpayers own this land. And typically, in the years I've been on this board, whenever there's a land change, we do we wait until our taxpayers have had an opportunity to weigh in on it. And we do 2 readings on it to make sure that the decisions that are being made are fiscally responsible and safely responsible for our students, our staff, and our stakeholders, our families, and our taxpayers. So as we're going through this, I want to be mindful that we are indeed partnering with all the entities involved, because this growth that's happening in our community, whether we like it or not, it is going to take a team to figure this all out between us, the town of Monument, and I am curious to learn what the town of Monument decides to do with this as well. So I still think there's some moving parts to this, and I appreciate that you coming and sharing, because I too was confused by this, so you sharing it helped me a lot to get some clarity in what I'm looking at as well, and I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, and the entire purpose of this, discussion today was to explain, what led up to this whole thing. This is not something that's been done in a vacuum for 3 years, we've been working at this together with District 38 staff, and recognizing that, you know, when we start talking about right-of-ways, now all of a sudden that begins to get into the board purview. So we thought it was appropriate for us to come and give you some background on this.
Mr. Norris, I can tell you have something to say.
Yeah, but I might need my pointer. While I'm waiting for my pointer, Ron texts me, and he's interested in knowing who's the final decision authority on this project moving forward. Is it Triview? Is it the Town of Monument? Is it D38?
We all have to be collaborative in this, to be honest with you. I think Triview is the one that agreed to try to construct this. We were the one that, you know, it's our road in our district, but we're not going to go out there and build something that nobody wants. That's craziness. So it's going to be a collaborative effort, and you know, quite honestly, I think we've put together a meaningful design. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this design to date, and it's a well thought out design. It works, and you know, we're prepared to try to fund this thing, and this is funded through both Triview and developer funds, and very little funds from the Town of Monument, no funding from District 38. So we're trying to cobble the money together to make this work.
Now, does that include the improvements to the D38 LPHS high school?
Yes, it does. So that's one of the things that this whole design that we've come up with is a design that we are prepared to attempt to fund. There's, you know, we have a lot of mechanisms within our tool bag to try to fund this, but once again, we have to be mindful of the cost. And if we just put so many constraints and bells and whistles on this thing that it can't be constructed, then it can't be constructed. So we have to be thinking about cost as we move ahead as well.
I think one more angle to that, and maybe more unique to the IGA itself, is should something happen first in relationship from the Town of Monument to Triview and or the developers that lets us know that the runway is clear to ultimately consider and potentially vote to approve this IGA, or does the IGA need to be, is the timing of this board taking action contingent upon something else that needs to happen first? Does that make sense? And Jim, how would you comment on that?
Well, I think obviously the Town of Monument has got 2 developments, possibly 3 developments that they're going to be looking at relatively in the near future on the south side of Higbee Road. As an example, if those developments did not move ahead, quite frankly, I don't have the funding to do this widening. This is an extremely academic discussion at that stage of the game, because the way we're going to pay for this is through road and bridge fees associated with those developments.
Mm-hmm.
If those developments do not take place, I don't have the funding. It's that simple.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any ability to raise that. If I were to utilize a sub-district as an example to fund this, without the development, without those rooftops, I can't even begin to have the wherewithal from a sub-district. I don't have the mills from a sub-district to issue debt that would allow the widening of Higbee Road. So if the Town of Monument turns thumbs down on all this, this is an academic discussion, to be perfectly honest.
And to that point, I think the timing of the consideration and potential vote should probably be subsequent to whatever the outcomes are related to those developments you just mentioned, which is a town decision, not a Board of Education for District 38 decision.
I agree, and I think the only thing, Dr. Summers, that I would suggest is that this board walk away with the concept that if we need a 20-foot right-of-way, the opportunity exists to obtain that 20-foot right-of-way, and that it is not a no, not only no, but hell no decision on the board's part, because that 20-foot could become very, very important to the overall installation of this road, not particularly now, but 25 to 50 years from now.
So I think to that point, the question really becomes more, at least now, about does the board support the potential donation of that 20-foot right-of-way to help execute a project that we, in concept, we are aware of it. We understand that there's lots of different ways of looking at it, but at the end of the day, it really boils down to, do we want to give that 20 feet of right-of-way or not?
That's correct.
And that doesn't necessarily have to be represented through an IGA. That could be even a resolution that this board could consider. So I'm just trying to set that out there for what does a next step represent in this conversation. And Ms. Church, I don't know if that is in alignment with what you were saying earlier, but I'm putting that out there for your and your colleagues' deliberation.
Of what next steps?
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, what you see on this IGA is based on this donation and the related project that is connected to Bear Creek. So whether you're considering and approving the IGA or not, I think the best way for me to frame this right now is, do you agree to the concept? Recognizing that it's still subject to other powers that be and ultimately their decision on the developments that are being proposed. That would help us in terms of knowing what direction you want to pursue there or not. In other words, is this the project that you would be open to the pursuit of, or are you saying it's not? I think that's the direction that we need.
So personally, this is information that I'm now going to, if you're asking me to tell you right here, right now on the spot, now that I understand it better, I don't know that I have that I'm prepared to say one way or another. I want to hear from our taxpayers still. And I want to give this the due diligence and time it deserves, which is why, personally, that's why I think putting this on the agenda for January 22nd is the next step.
For continued discussion, for input is what I'm hearing you say. Yeah, please don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you for direction right now. What I'm asking is, are we actually asking for the board's vote as early as January 22nd on an IGA? Or are we just entertaining more related perspectives in whatever format the board desires? Which, I'll be honest, I mean, the only way that you're going to get that is through public comment, to the degree that public comment's going to come forward on that issue. I don't think there's any other way to accommodate that within a meeting. Now, if you wanted to create a special, or not a special meeting, create a community engagement or town hall of some sort, I think that's another option for the board to consider. But all that to say, are you voting on the IGA on January 22nd or not? It seems premature to do so. And in light of that, continuing with the conversation, affording the community with an opportunity for input, we can absolutely accommodate. But ultimately, I think what we need from this board is the direction of, do we want to keep pursuing this concept as it's presented, or is there not the support for that? And what I'm hearing you say is the board would desire the community to have more of that input before you're prepared to make a decision.
So I'm seeing nods from my fellow board members that, yeah. And I think that from what I'm looking at in faces, and correct me if I'm wrong, my colleagues, as the town of Monument is also weighing in on what this road looks like, I think from what our discussion, from what I've heard so far, is the safety of getting in and out of our school is paramount to us as a board.
But
So
I believe that's also a primary goal of Triview as well, wouldn't it? I mean,
So making sure that we're doing this smart, and we don't, I personally get that we don't get to decide if there's a roundabout or not. We get to share and advocate, and we get to vote on the IGA of that 20 feet. And I know I've driven it too, several times. I know exactly where that hump is, that bump right there in front of our parking lot. So continuing with this dialogue, I think, is important. And if we don't continue with the dialogue, then I think we're going to be left with, here it is, D38, you don't get a say in it anymore. So I think having the opportunity, and I am very thankful and grateful that we are being brought into this partnership and this dialogue.
And the feedback that I have gotten from the limited interaction I've had with the community is automatically an anti-developer sentiment. So of course they don't want us to give up any land, but I understand that the need to compromise and figure out what's best for our students and our community in general. So there may be some compromise that not everybody loves, but I think that's why we need to invite a little bit of outside input.
And I am very excited about the idea of having that turn lane at Bear Creek, because that's long overdue. That traffic backs up.
Oh, I think they do it at all the elementary schools, but that's the only
That's true.
district. And of course, that being the largest elementary school with 3 times the traffic, I'm sure is a nightmare. I've never had to deal with that.
Just a few more questions. When we do have traffic problems, is there like a complaint process? Because this Bear Creek traffic's been an issue for years. Am I correct in saying that on Leather Chaps?
Yes.
So what is there? Let's just say we had traffic problems at the middle school. Is there a complaint process, or what do we do to
Yes.
fix that? So is there
Well, what we've been doing in alignment with continuous revision to where are there those issues as we make adjustments in partnership with the families in the community that we're working with. So it's funneled through a school, I wouldn't call it complaint process, it's just been collaborative problem solving that occurs via the principal and working either with the accountability group, the PTO, what have you. Actually, the issue at Bear Creek is less than it used to be. But we also anticipate that there's been a lot of modifications that have been made to how buses enter and leave and different aspects of design, et cetera. So without getting into all those weeds, we work with our parents and we work with the community toward
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. So Triview, as I understand it, you're on the hook for infrastructure improvements and flow of traffic. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had no idea that Bear Creek or Leather Chaps was having a traffic problem. Is there a process for future traffic
Well-
constraints that we can approach Triview and?
Well, I think it would be wise to interact with us.
Okay.
And quite frankly, we have not, I was not aware of it until Chris brought it up.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my, okay. So we went out there, sent our traffic engineers out there, observed it, and we realized that, yeah, this is a real issue. So it's one of those things that if you don't let us know what's, a
That's fair.
problem, then we're not, sometimes we don't pick up on it.
So you don't have
I don't
typical traffic
have
monitors
a cop.
looking.
I don't have a
Okay.
police force.
Yep.
I mean, if I'd had a complaint, now we do get comments from Monument PD, and but it's usually related to parking and things like that.
Sure.
This is the first time in my career here that we've had a school official come to us besides Monument PD and say, gee, this is a real problem. What can we do to solve it? So Chris was proactive, Dr. Summers was proactive.
Okay.
And they made us aware of the situation. At the same time, the only reason we had that conversation is because of the need to try to get Higbee put together. So we're all trying to work together.
Mm.
And that's really, it was through those conversations about Higbee that led to our conversation about Leather Chaps.
One last question, just for my own edification. I believe you briefly touched base on it at the beginning of the presentation. We've got a jump pit or something that's associated with a track that the
Yes.
fence is going to go through. There's some kind of probably 8 or 10 foot black stanchion. I don't know what that is. And then all the way by the by the intersection, there's another structure there. I don't know if it's, kind of look like an really old batting cage or a pitching cage with a bunch of poles coming up. What's the idea there, if this is approved and that fence goes through that, to modify those or relocate them?
We
I
just
don't-
haven't got that far yet, but
Okay,
we understand that
that's
that
fair.
would be something that would be impacted.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Now, at this point, do you feel that you are okay to proceed along according to town of monument, or are you still waiting for their approval?
Well, part of our review process is we've submitted plans to the engineers that represent Monument. So we've submitted these plans. They actually have two engineers, one working on Jackson Creek North. They've got another in-house engineer that does their subdivision reviews.
Okay.
We've submitted these plans to both of those firms. We're waiting on comments back from them, and so we're in this kind of give and take right now
Okay.
between design engineers, but,
But you feel it'll pass through town of monument review as is?
oh yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't, when we've submitted these plans as is, the way we've designed them, they've had minor comments. Certain nothing that would prevent us from building this road as designed, as shown. The gray area was, gee, we need additional right-of-way. And that was like, say what? You need additional right-of-way above and beyond 100 feet.
Well, that was my concern with their approval, because it sounded like there were still some contentious issues about ownership and the easements and things like that. So
Right.
that's why I'm
So-
saying,
So that was.
watching
that's
the video,
something-
it sounded like those were still areas that
Sure.
were a potential showstopper according to town of monument.
Yeah, but I think in my conversations with the developers, I think we can work through most of those.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Before we wrap up and move on, I'll open it up for one more round of questions before we move forward. No, we're good? Okay. Mr. McGrady, thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
This has been very informative, because I think there's been a lot of questions and dialogue around this, and I look forward to there being continued dialogue around this.
Well, thank you. This was a good opportunity, and it's a pleasure to have met everyone here. And I unfortunately have a 12 o'clock in Fountain, so I've got
Sure.
to hit the happy trails.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I had a feeling we had a lot of questions, and I think you've been able to really sum it all up. So we appreciate it so much.
You're very welcome. Have a great
Thank you for
day.
your
Thanks,
time.
Jim.
Thank you.
Safe
Thank you
travels.
so much. And for our next steps, I think as we continue down this path, Casey, to your point, I think as long as we're making sure that we're collaborating as we've discussed, and we understand the plan and what it looks like now, and I think moving forward, seeing what that looks like and how that affects, I think, our community is the next steps. And I appreciate the work that you and Chris have put into the partnership with this as well.
Thank you.
Let us move on, because we are only on item number 2, although we did know this was going to take a while. So C3 is our amended budget update. There is some amendments. Mr. Ridgway, would you like to hop in?
So there's only 2 slides here, so I could do the express version of this. And the first slide is a repeat of what you've seen before.
Bless you.
And so as we talk about amended budget, again, we're basically going to be updating the original budget that we started with in June. What I presented to you before, what we've talked about through the course of the fall, has been what I call the volume variance, meaning what has happened to our student count and how does that change the budget assumptions? How does that compare to the original budget assumptions? If we recall, the student count was was down from the budget assumptions, much more down in the Monument Academy than it is in the coordinated schools. So here in the lower right-hand corner of this first page, page 1, the volume variance was projected to be $800,000. 700,000 plus of that is related to Monument Academy, so only $123,000 into the operated schools. On the second page, I've just incorporated rate variance on this. Now, the rate variance here right now is showing $452,000 positive, meaning that PPR is coming in a little bit higher than what the original budget assumption was. The original budget assumption for PPR was $10,000 even. We've been being funded at $10,085.94 to this point. So if that were to hold, that would create this $452,000 positive variance that would offset the $123,000 negative volume variance and create this revenue variance of 324. Positive revenue variance across revenue opportunity. And then we'd start talking about how does that apply to expense budget just change assumptions. Now, the one caveat I was making earlier was noting that our property taxes, as we just approved, our mill levies will increase by $6 million year to year, right, for the School Finance Act. And right now, the School Finance Act was only assuming that we would increase total by $5.6 million. So if everything stayed the same, that means state share would go down by $500,000. And so what I'm interested to see is if as the legislative session gets going, do they engage in a supplemental budget process to perhaps not have that reduction of state share. And so that's to be determined as we get into the legislative session. So in the interest of time, I was going to wrap it up with that real quick, and then we'll talk about a lot of the other stuff on the January 22nd meeting.
So I have a quick question that I asked earlier, and I was going to ask. I understand now about. I'm trying to think of how to ask it. So in the past, we've done a one-time compensation adjustment if we've had extra. Usually it's around Christmas time, and I understand now, based on the tight budget. Could you speak to that? I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking with last year's situation, when we did last year's winter compensation payment, that was really based on the fact that there was unspent monies from the year prior. And so we had this positive fund balance carry forward from year to year, and that created that opportunity. Going forward, it'd be my intention that our budget is managed much more tightly and much more carefully so that we don't have that type of situation of unspent budget money hitting at the end of the year. And so if there was a desire to do something like that in the future, it really would need to be specifically budgeted rather than hoping for a carryover variance that really would not be a good representation of how we managed the budget the prior year. So it wasn't in this year's budget, basically, and therefore, and we didn't have that size of carryover coming into this year, so we did not have the same opportunity exist.
But we budgeted by increasing our compensation.
We increased compensation
instead.
a heck of a lot, and that was the intention, to do that as accurately and specifically as we could, and so we've been able to basically enjoy that with our staff throughout the course of the year.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all understand? Are we on the same page? Are we good? Mr. Ridgway?
Yes, I'm just trying to close a tab here.
You can close that because it's all Zoom, so we don't need to share screen anymore.
I'll just put it right in the middle. All right.
Or that. Okay.
Thank you, sir. All right, moving on to number 5. Or number 4, upcoming curriculum adoption update. Ms. Wetstein, how are you this morning?
I am good. My intention for this presentation was to preview what I'll also be presenting on January 22nd. And I know we have 2 board members who have not been through this process of approving curriculum yet. So I'm happy to spend as much time today as you would like, and wait and do some of this again on January 22nd. So this is a priority 2 focus, and it's governed. Yeah, that would be great. We can get a view.
Aw.
That's better, thank you. Okay, so this work is governed by policy IJ, which specifies how instructional materials are reviewed and adopted. So core instructional programs, including digital texts, shall be selected by appropriate professional staff. The final decision ultimately rests with the superintendent and approval by the Board of Education. And we do bring forward all core instructional programs and books that are also to align with academic standards and the district's educational objectives. We're bringing forward those materials that are intended for whole class instruction. Our policy requires that we have these materials available for a 2-week period prior to a first reading. That first reading will be January 22nd. So those materials, and I'll speak to the timeline here in a moment, have been already shared with the public for review. I do like to show this visualization of our District 38 instructional framework to emphasize that our curriculum is really a small aspect or a piece of everything that goes into the instruction of our students. So while very important, it is one component of what we do to ensure that our students are learning and growing. This is our current revision cycle. This was something that I inherited upon coming to District 38, and we have continued to maintain and update this cycle. What this does is it allows us to review each content area on a 6-year basis. And this way we can ensure that our students are getting access to current materials that have accurate and up-to-date information. The state also has a cycle of reviewing their standards, and so we are able to spend time ensuring that our materials are aligned with the Colorado standards. And then it also helps us for budgeting purposes so that we aren't reviewing and purchasing all content areas on a particular year. Here is the process that we have engaged in. We brought teacher teams together, and let me go back one. So as you can see here, in this current year, these areas, performing arts, visual arts, physical education, 6th through 8th grade social studies, and 9th through 12th grade biology are the content areas that we are currently reviewing. Teachers have come together to look at the most recent Colorado academic standards, and then they bring their current resources to take a look at if those resources are up to date and in alignment with the most recent standards. And then teachers review potential new resources for recommendation, and we did look at multiple vendors as we were considering which resources to bring forward for public review. The public then is invited to review and comment on all newly proposed resources, and ultimately, again, the Board of Education has the authority to approve or deny those proposed curriculum resources. We are proposing the purchase of National Geographic for our 7th and 8th grade social studies program. And we are proposing Houghton Mifflin Science Dimensions Biology for our high school biology program. We did make some significant changes to our review process this year. We heard some feedback last year about the public wanting to review materials from their home, and so we were able to work with our vendors to provide digital access, and we shared that out as of last Friday. So any student, staff member, parent or caregiver can access those materials at their home and provide us feedback via a form that we have shared out, and we also have made those materials available in person for review at anyone's request. We will then share the feedback that we have received at the January 22nd board meeting for a first reading, and would ask that you approve those materials on February 26th. And I'm happy to go back and review anything that I've presented more specifically. And again, I do intend to provide a similar presentation with the community input on January 22nd.
Questions? Thoughts? When will the public be able to review the two?
They have access currently.
Currently.
We pushed it out on January 5th, which was Friday, and we will keep that open until the 19th, which is the Friday before our Monday board meeting, so that we can compile those results and share those with the board on the 22nd.
Is the board being expected to vote on those on the 22nd or at the February meeting?
The February meeting.
I had a question. So when we hear feedback and being part of the PCAC and the DAC, the different accountability committees within the buildings and within the accountability committee throughout the district, we often do get feedback and questions and thoughts about the curriculum review process. And so one of the things that I always hear is making sure that there is, and it sounds like you're doing this, that everybody in the building is also having an opportunity, from a parent to an accountability committee parent to our staff that are affected by this, that they're actually able to look at it and review it before it even goes to the public.
We can certainly adjust the timeline moving forward. Currently, our practice has been that the teachers that teach these content areas are coming together to review multiple options, and then we are opening it up for review by anyone essentially that would like to take a look and provide some feedback. In the past, the process for feedback has been very open-ended. We do feel like we made some good improvements this year by providing some criteria for that feedback from all of our stakeholders, and so we're excited to share that process with you in on the January 22nd meeting.
And then did we follow through with something we had talked about last year, was having the curriculum available for families to review before school starts when they're in their buildings?
We did. We asked schools to have all curricular resources available during open houses and back to school nights. And I will just again publicly say that if a parent would like to view curriculum at any time, they're welcome to just contact their student's school and request that.
And then my last question is, if there's say a group of teachers or parents that are saying, hey, in this cycle, on 2022 through 2029, let's take world language, for example, and we've heard that world language is looking at needing some updates. Is there the possibility, is it under the board's purview, your purview, or the building's purview of if we need to?
Yes, I understand, I think, what you're asking. So this revision cycle does not live in a board policy. It's an administrative procedure that can be adapted and changed based on our needs, and so it's certainly not set in stone. I am very aware of some of the challenges currently with our world language resources. They were last reviewed in the 2020-21 school year, and at that time, the decision was made to create curriculum versus making a purchase. And so I have been in conversations with the world language team about potentially making an adjustment to the process for them.
Gotcha. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Mr. Brown, did you have something?
I was just going to say, as new board members, this is just something we have to get used to and familiarize ourselves with it. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
And anytime you need to ask questions, Ms. Wetstein's door is always open.
Absolutely.
And so is Ms. Welch. You've been through this a few times. All right. If there are no further questions, then let's go ahead and move on to C5. Superintendent search and process timeline. Ms. Wetstein, thank you so much. All right. So this timeline, if we came up with a timeline, we talked about it at our board retreat. We didn't come up with a timeline yet. We just want to remind everyone of what the timeline is. I'm trying to pull that up right now. So Dr. Summers accepted your position and submitted your resignation on December 19th. And it was accepted on December 20th. On December 22nd, we put out our RFP. It was December
So it was just a
20.
small tweak. December 18th, submitted the
Ninth.
resignation. 19th was accepted. On December 20th, the RFP was issued.
Thank you.
We are currently receiving applications or proposals from interested firms. I believe that deadline is this Friday for that submission. Upon receipt of which proposals we have at that time, I think we will notify you all as a board. Depending on the number of proposals, I was anticipating your ability to accommodate at least 2, probably no more than 3 presentations at the January 22nd board meeting. From 4 to 6, I believe, is the time frame that we've established, which will precede the regular meeting.
So my fellow board members, put it on your calendars. From 4 to 6 is when we will be interviewing the firms, the search firms, basically. Dr. Summers, my question to you is, when you said you foresee 2 to 3, how does that get whittled down? Let's say we have 6 applicants for the search firm. How do we whittle that down?
So that would be, I think, an opportunity in light of working with, I would suggest, 2 representatives from the board to review those proposals in detail. I don't believe we've necessarily stated specific criteria that you're ranking each application on for that criteria, but I would imagine that Ms. Upchurch, yourself, and then another member of the board would take some time in the electronic review of those proposals and then spend a few moments talking about which proposals or firms you would like to invite to an interview. And I'm happy to help facilitate that or support you in that effort is probably the better way to say that. The only other thing that I probably would mention in advance of the 22nd is that's going to be a long night for you all. And so to the degree that we could potentially, I know you have 2 hours reserved for those interviews, but it may be advantageous once we know how many you're bringing forward to accommodate at least a 20-30 minute recess. We'd be happy to provide a small dinner for you all that evening, keeping in mind that you guys have a lot in front of you, both during the interviews as well as the meeting itself. So I just want to plant that seed for you.
Well, and going through this process once before, there is time. We will all 5 of us will be dedicating a lot of time, and with the support of the staff, to make sure we have the resources necessary as we're going through this process.
The other thing you need to think a little more about is, will you be prepared to take action on the selection of a firm via vote on the evening of the 22nd? And we can talk a little bit more about how to place that on the agenda, potentially making it a later item. And any discussion you have about the selection of a firm is a public dialogue. It would not necessarily rise to the threshold of any type of executive session based on just a deliberation of a selection of a firm. So to the degree that you can make that choice either that evening or shortly thereafter, I think that's something that the board just needs to keep in mind, is that the sooner you make your selection, the sooner that that process and that timeline that they will be working with you to develop can initiate.
I think we anticipated having that deliberation before our board meeting, because it's open to the public, the interview process is open to the public.
It is.
We can deliberate during that, not voting, but deliberate on it. And then I anticipated that we would be voting on it on January 22nd.
Great. We already have a draft of that agenda that has that item listed as such.
Perfect. Do you concur? Okay. And then from there, we will develop the timeline with from there on, with that firm, we will be developing the timeline of what the superintendent search, leadership search looks like. And from there, we will also be engaging and inviting our community to go along with us side by side in partnership in this process.
Now, I did have one question. I don't know if we do have any internal applicants, but if we do, would they go through the same firm or would they go outside the process?
Yes, they would be required. All applicants would be required to work through the search firm selection application process.
Thank you.
The other thing that is a feature of any superintendent search, and I think it's important to bear mention on this, candidates should not be reaching out directly to board members. In fact, on the announcement of many selection processes, it will even say if you do that, you could potentially render yourself ineligible for pursuit of the position. It puts you all in a hard position. And the other thing is to the degree that individual board members are receiving any type of outreach in that regard, the best thing to do is just forward it to the selection firm. The timeline that you mentioned just a moment ago as well, Ms. Upchurch, I would anticipate in the proposal itself and in the presentation on January 22nd, you will get an anticipated timeline of how each firm would design their suggested steps in engaging a process. So you have that information available to you as well.
Any other questions or thoughts or input?
Ms. Upchurch, the only other thing I would mention right now in reference to once all proposals are received and then being able to disseminate that to you all, as I mentioned, to have you and potentially another member of the board as representative viewers, if you will, or however, whatever process you're envisioning there. What we were envisioning, I believe, Vicki, is returning or letting the search firms who have submitted a proposal know by, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday of the following week, which I believe would be the 16th or the 17th.
After the due date?
Yeah, due date's the 12th, so we will make sure they get into your inboxes by the end of the day on Friday, as soon as we have them all. So you can take the weekend and or Monday into Tuesday, and then just let us know as soon as you're prepared to make that decision of who to invite forward, so that Ms. Wood can reach back out to them and make sure we have all those arrangements set.
They all do know that 4 to 6 on the end. Okay.
And do we have already, are we in receipt of any final proposals? My guess is we won't get probably a whole lot until
Friday.
right up until Friday.
Email interest from 3.
Okay.
And if you have 3 and they're all interested, it may be worth spending time with all 3. You don't maybe have to make that initial review process all that difficult.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. We good? We're good. We're moving on to, thank you, Dr. Summers, and thank you, Vicki. We're moving on to C6, Facility Capacity and Utilization Update. Mr. Culture, Mr. Frampton, you guys are on.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to set the table a little bit, if we were to go into a lot of depth in this conversation, we'd need to bring in some nourishment and increase our stamina because we've got lots and lots to talk about. And I suspect today is just the beginning of a long conversation about what capacity in our building can and should look like. So our purpose today is just to introduce you to some of the concepts and some of the ahas that we found through this process and initiate a conversation. So I hope it's not as provocative as some might interpret it, because I know when you start talking about capacity in buildings, that's associated to do we have enough space, and it can go on, and it can become a highly passionate conversation. So our intent today is to not go there, but rather to initiate that conversation and get some guidance from the board on what our next steps need to be, so we are prepared for that conversation when we actually reach that point. One thing I want you to do is I want you to first visualize what school looked like when you were in school. And if you're anywhere close to my age, it looks vastly different than it did today. But think about it, Little House on the Prairie or Little Rascals or maybe even Peanuts. What did a classroom look like then?
Don't we still have one of those on the corner of the elementary school?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Don't we still have one of those on the corner of the elementary school?
Yeah, right.
Kilmer. Yep.
Yeah. So think about that, though. When I was in school, I can remember those desks, and I can remember those desks having a little arm. And for those my poor left-handed students, I felt pity for them. There's a few here, because there's like one or two of those left-handed ones that you might just get lucky enough if you didn't share left-handedness with one of your classmates, right? And they were in perfect rows, 5 by 6. You could fit 30 students in a classroom very efficiently, very effectively. A teacher would be in front of a blackboard, a chalkboard we would call it. I mean, the reason I'm bringing this up to you today is when the capacities were determined in our schools are old enough to where that was the model in which we did education. And I think our existing capacities, or our historical capacities, which is the word we're going to use in this presentation, were derived based on a square footage in a traditional classroom where kids were sitting in small little desks, 6 by 5, with their little arm chair sticking out. I want you to now visualize what education looks like today. Today, education looks very similar to what our tables look like right now. Just about every child has a water bottle in front of them. I wish I would have gotten in that business 15 years ago. There's at least one cell phone in front of them. There's usually a notebook, a 3-ring binder. There's always a computer. And the space that a child needs in order to function in an academic environment at a high effectiveness looks very similar to what we are sitting in right now. If we are going to use those archaic numbers to drive today's optimal educational environment, I think we're going to run into a lot of frustration. Our staff will be frustrated, our kids will be packed, and I think we need to take some time to educate our community on what education looks like today and how it's changed from the time that our buildings were built and our capacities were derived. And on page 7, you can see the dates of our buildings, some of which are very old. And when I say Little House on the Prairie, I'm not exaggerating with Palmer Lake. So that is the lens in which I want you to look at this presentation through. One more thing I want you to pay attention to is when you see that placard right in front of us, it says maximum occupancy of 216. We are not talking about maximum occupancies in this presentation. Maximum occupancies, I think, is derived from a simple math formula by the fire department in which you cannot exceed or they'll get mad at you. I can tell you in firsthand experience that there's about 100 chairs sitting along the wall behind us here, and when all 100 chairs are out and it's filled, we still are only halfway to that maximum occupancy, and this place is packed. If you want to get to 216, there's absolutely no way you can do that with every person in a seat.
Dance floor.
Dance floors, yes, right? So again, when we start looking at maximum occupancies in previous studies, I want you to look at it through that lens. This is an ideal situation for this meeting, and that this situation or this setup will reduce the occupancy of this room down to maybe 50. So think through how we can educate our community on that factor alone, so we're not just using this one benchmark of maximum occupancy to drive the capacity or the enrollment of our schools, because I think they're vastly different and they need to be in order for us to be effective. Any thoughts or questions about that before we jump in? Okay.
Good setup.
Thank you. One thing I want to point out, Mr. Coulter, sitting to my left here, is probably one of the most humble humans that I've encountered. And he is not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about the amount of effort and energy that he has put into this project, so I'm going to do so on his behalf. The lift in this project has been absolutely massive. We have interviewed every principal at least twice. Chris has personally stepped foot in every single classroom in this school district and looked at the setup and looked at how that works. If we didn't have accurate architectural designs, Chris, I don't think it was an old-fashioned tape measure, but I think Chris physically and personally measured the size and the square footage of all of our learning spaces and put together an extremely robust spreadsheet with counts, enrollments. He's been through every classroom in Infinite Campus to count the exact number of heads in every classroom for every period, for every class, every teacher, in every school. That work has been absolutely enormous, and if we were to go into that level of detail today, like I said, we would need to have lunch in a couple hours. So just know that that's behind a lot of this conversation, and the work that has been done started with us turning into a basic square foot math problem, how many kids can fit in an area, and it's really turned into programming in schools, safety for kids, and what do we want our experience for our kids to look like in our school buildings, and how many kids can we do that to before it becomes uncomfortable or ineffective. That is arbitrary. There are going to be opportunities for us to change those numbers. Is there a big difference between 25 kids in a classroom, which you're going to see here in a minute, or 26? Well, on an individual teacher's basis, that's probably insignificant. But if we change that number from a capacity standpoint, we could add hundreds and hundreds of kids into this school district because we have hundreds and hundreds of classrooms. So we need to set a mark at some point to create a baseline to engage in this conversation. And that's part of what we're hoping to get from you as this conversation progresses, is where do we want to set those marks, and where do we want to delineate a number of students in a school so we can make good decisions on whether we need to build future buildings and so on and so forth. To my knowledge, in the 8 years that I've been here, we have not done anything as remotely as in-depth as what you're going to see over the course of this meeting and the next few moving forward. A couple things that I did learn. Today, our schools pretty much have one-on-one technology, especially in our secondary, so we need space for that. We need infrastructure. All of our kids have cell phones. Ron demonstrated in this meeting that remote learning needs to be part of what we factor and consider in our learning environment, which could actually increase capacities and square footage if we don't have kids sitting in the room the entire time. One thing that was a huge aha for me, we have massive amount of square footage in our buildings utilized for lockers that kids do not use anymore. The idea of lugging 4 or 5 massive textbooks in a backpack back and forth is archaic. It's not happening nearly as much. We obviously still use traditional textbooks, but it's just changed. It's different, and our banks of lockers are being heavily underutilized, and there's opportunity there. Things that were priorities that were not in place when we talked about historical capacities. We didn't talk about safety and security, and if you've walked into Lewis Palmer Elementary, Bear Creek, or Prairie Winds anytime recently, you've realized that safety and security was not a priority when those buildings were built. Those vestibules that we've put in place have been retrofitted to fix that, but when the conversation started and when we talked capacities, that was not even part of our conversation. Mental health was not part of the conversation 25 years ago when most of our buildings were built. Right now, we have a high priority in providing mental health providers for our kids, but there's no place to put them in our current capacity numbers. So what our schools have been doing is they've been reallocating classroom spaces that are designed for 25, 26, 27 students, and they're putting mental health providers, speech language pathologists, occupational therapists in those rooms, and they're serving 2 or 3 students. So if you see a reduction in capacity from our historical numbers to our current numbers, that is why. We are doing school differently today, and we didn't design our buildings in ways in which we could utilize that kind of programming. And I think we all agree that that programming is essential for our students. It's a priority. I mean, priority one is a health and safety safe school environment. So keep that in mind. Here's a few findings that we have, and then I'll let Chris jump into the technicalities, which is pretty impressive. In a lot of our buildings, we found missing space for students with disabilities. Just so you know, the IDEA as it exists today originally came out in 1975. And again, if you look at some of the dates of our buildings, they weren't built when special education was robust and important as it is today. I've already mentioned space for mental health, space for group learning. Today's learning isn't 5 by 6 in rows. It's student grouping. There's lots of movement. There's learning centers. There's creative space necessary for thought partnering to occur in our schools, and that's K-12. Space for innovation, technology. And at the time these buildings were built, they used typewriters. There might have been a room at Lewis Palmer High School that had sewing machines in it. So again, we have to look at this through the lens of today and moving forward into tomorrow, and not the lens in which these buildings were built all those decades ago. Here's what we found that I think is profound. The classroom sizes vary greatly. In Palmer Lake, you can find some very, very small classrooms. And at Kilmer, you can find a kindergarten classroom that's almost the size of the room we're sitting in right now. And there's everything in between. And not all classroom size spaces are created equally. And Chris has done a marvelous job of creating some math formulas around accommodating or adapting to those unique classroom spaces. Another thing that was huge in AHA, I didn't see a single card catalog in a library. Not one. So the library spaces are pretty unique and interesting. If you walk into Lewis Palmer Elementary Schools, their library space is probably significantly massive. I think it was designed to have rows and rows of bookshelves that we no longer are using in our libraries because we can rely on our devices to get million times more information in a fraction of the space. And one of the things that really was a huge aha, and this is probably the most important thing I'm going to say before I hand it off, there's an assumed relationship between capacity, staffing, and enrollment. And a lot of what we found is that capacity can greatly exceed what enrollment is, or vice versa. Capacity can be below enrollment, and it's a direct correlation to our ability to staff a classroom or the number of students that we can put into a classroom. So one of the things I want us to do is detach, and I especially want our listeners and my colleagues, our educators, to detach anything that they hear from a capacity standpoint from it being an enrollment or a class size piece, because I think you can interpret that if we say 25 students are a capacity in a classroom and a teacher has 26, that feels really bad for an educator to say, I'm over capacity. And we're not talking about the staffing and the class size as much as we're trying to set a standard for capacities to set, to start the conversation. And at the end of the day, I think what this needs to look like, because staffing and enrollments can vary so greatly, that we're going to be presenting a range in which we think would be a safe or appropriate educational environment. So be paying attention to a range, and Chris has a really fancy term for capacity ranges, and so you'll
I don't know about that.
a bit about that. Are there any questions before we jump into the slideshow and go into a little bit more nuts and bolts? Okay. Chris, I'll hand this off to you to talk. Oh, there it is. Utilization. That's the utilization range. So
Right.
I'll hand this off to you to talk a little bit about the process and some of what our findings are.
Thank you, Rick. You are too kind. You are too kind. Good morning, everybody. We have spent, and when I say we, it's Rick and I. We've spent many meetings talking about the root of the data, where we are, how we want to communicate the data, how we want to format. Just so everybody knows, if you have any questions about each specific school, which we have sat down with each principal at least 2 to 3 times and gone through the assignment and how we categorize their spaces, everything from instructional spaces, support spaces, student support spaces, office spaces, core spaces, specials spaces. We've done that in every single school. So if you have any desire to see that information or see that for each respective school, we'd be more than happy to sit across the table from you and talk about it. I wanted to get into this facility utilization and capacity, and when we talk about utilization, one of the things you'll see in the ultimately in the spreadsheet that we utilize is what we call a utilization index, over 1, less than 1, and it tells us a lot. Because in the name of utilization index, what we're talking about is enrollment divided by capacity, because it all gets back to sort of the numbers, and that's how we sort of keep it all in a particular box, keep it synchronous, keep it moving forward, and keep so we're talking about the same terms. But one of the things I wanted to sort of highlight here is when we talk about too small or too large schools, we want to talk about right-sized schools. I want to go back a slide. One of the things that we talked about is capacity and enrollment alignment. That's when I see alignment, I'm talking about right-sized schools for their educational program, because everybody is empowered to do things specific to their demographics, to what's going on with their kids, with what is going to be best to sort of have a classroom environment and a school environment that is going to propel their students as far as possible. So what that right size side of thing for every single school, we empower them to make their own decisions, make their own recommendations, and then we empower our teams to be able to support that, whether it's on a facility side or on the maintenance side or new construction side. Those are the types of things that we look at going forward. Capacity and utilization defined. Wanted to be very, very specific about this. Hopefully, when you see that information in red, we're talking about the numbers. The utilization rate, or that utilization index of a facility, is calculated dividing the current enrollment, not the projected enrollment or not what some architect said the enrollment is, but dividing the current enrollment by the capacity, to which you are probably going to say, so what's the capacity? And I'm going to tell you that the capacity, what I'm calling the operating, not the original capacity, well, what is today's operating capacity for our respective schools is the enrollment plus the variance. So you're going to say, well, what's the variance, Chris? There are standards, and we will allude to this, both from the state as well as from our protocols that we have in Lewis Palmer School District. What is a full classroom for each of our grades? Sometimes you look at it at the middle school level, you look at it at 7 and 8. Certainly at the elementary school level, preschool is different from kindergarten, which is different from first grade, which is different from second and third grade. So that's the approach that we've taken when we sort of say, hey, what's your enrollment plus the variance? So what is your capacity? We look at that's how we've looked at things. So I wanted to make sure that term variance doesn't sort of present any type of shock and awe to anybody, but that is how we determine capacity, is enrollment plus variance. The original capacity, what did the architect originally build Palmer Lake Elementary School to? We do not know. That is information that we do not have, but we do know the size of their classrooms. We do know the grades that are going to occupy those classrooms now. We do know the number of students that are assigned to those classrooms. So again, that sort of gets back to that current program. So what's going on in the current program relative to the original capacity as we move into what is today's operating capacity. And those are the numbers that we are utilizing, that we will communicate to to the team today when we say what is the capacity of each of our respective schools, whether they be elementary schools or secondary schools. We've certainly looked at both. This is something that Ricky alluded to. This actually gives a very, very conservative estimate of how old our schools are. You can see the age of our facilities there, and that's the when we look at, for example, Palmer Lake Elementary School. The most The oldest portion of Palmer Lake Elementary School is 88 years old. There was a renovation that, and that particular portion is 37 years old. There was another renovation, so we made it 31 years old. So we gave it the benefit of the doubt, and we called the building 31 years old, but we all know that it's a blended calculation between that which is 88, that which is 37, and that which is 31. But if you assume the youngest portion of all of those, 22, 43, 31, 22, 35, 29, 26, and 15, our schools are 30 years old. And we certainly understand that 30 years ago, schools were doing things differently in terms of what's going on, whether it's curriculum, whether it's standards, whether it's all the different things that Amber talks about and we all talk about and we talk with principals about today and what Rick is engaged in. Those are all the various different things. So 30 years ago, things were probably very different, but we're giving you a current estimate on where we are right now. Do you want to talk about the capacity?
Yeah, certainly. So here's how we decided we were going to tackle this process. The first thing is I think we did tackle it as if we were architects and we just wanted to look at the space available. What does the square footage look like? And so we looked at the square foot, we looked at the educational space, we looked at the maps, we talked to principals about how those spaces are being utilized, and Chris also spent a lot of time working with Leslie Boyce over in our technology department, counting the heads of kids in every single classroom. So the data that we are operating on and making recommendations on is based on and was updated on January 3rd. It's very fresh, it's very new, and every student that's moved in and out is being accounted for, and we know where they're at. One thing that could be extremely helpful, board, if you can get on this for us, is if you can help us figure out a way to get families to either have babies or move in multiples of 22, it would make our life significantly easier. Because one of our biggest challenges is we can have an average class size of 25, which means there's 20 in one and 30 in another, and that's very uncomfortable and very difficult to manage, by the way. So keep that in mind when we're talking averages. And the smaller the school, the harder it is to disperse kids and make the average actual. So when we look at our smaller schools, you'll see more of a discrepancy in class sizes based on just limits. It's you know, for simple math. You have 50 kids and 2 teachers, you have a perfect class size. But if you have 105 and 4 teachers, you can distribute those extra 4 kids very easily and almost unnoticeably. So school size, I think it's a misnomer to believe smaller schools lead to smaller class sizes. That is not a true statement. Factors that affect capacity and design, I think I talked a little bit about this, but the presence of early childhood. Preschool has caps that are hard and fast by the Department of Human Services. That cap is 20 students, and we cannot go beyond that without risking our licensure through them. Special education, kids in wheelchairs and kids with unique needs have their class sizes need to be significantly smaller, just in the nature of the work we're doing with them. Technology and infrastructure, interventions. Our interventionists need lots of classroom space to work with very few students so they can individualize those interventions. Specials and electives, for example, PE might be able to hold a lot more students than a technology class. Our welding class might only have 12 welding bays, so we can only have 12 students in a welding class, but we can have 60 in a PE class, and both of them will operate at a very high level of efficiency. The scheduling at high school level, one of the things that was an aha for me when I was talking to Dr. Frank the other day is that every single freshman takes 9th grade English. So the entire 9th grade is taking the same class, but by the time those same 9th graders are in their senior year, now they're taking AP Lit, or they're taking creative writing, or they're taking an array, maybe 8 to 10 different electives, all of which we value and I think we want to continue. But when you break that same number of students across 8 or 10 classes versus just one, it makes the disparity of class sizes very difficult. And high school master scheduling is an enormously complex task. So we looked into that. Integration of multilingual programs has to be considered. The extent of career and vocational educational programs has to be considered. And the use of technology in instruction just takes space, as I've already alluded to. So if you move to the next screen, These are the recommendations that we are making on classroom capacities, not maximum occupancies, but classroom capacities, to keep the difference in mind. And these are the numbers that we are looking at. Every single one of our principals agreed that these would be appropriate numbers for us to be working from. We also, Chris, in his intense research, and he spent a lot of time trying to figure out the historical aspects of this, found this thing called Colorado Class Size Reduction Act of 2000. None of us in the entire exec team had heard of this before the other day when it was first brought to our attention. But this is in alignment with both our JECCE policy and the Colorado Class Size Reduction Act. So if we were to utilize these numbers, there's outside factors that actually would substantiate that the use of these numbers is appropriate.
But in support of the numbers we talked about a little bit earlier, when I talked about the definition that we're utilizing to come up with that variance number, this is where you start. If you're going to say a classroom is full at the elementary school level, for example, where am I starting? Where are we starting from the calculation side of things? We're starting at 25. At the middle school, we're starting at 27. For the high schools, we're starting at 30. And there is a situation where there is disparity, and we're going to get to those the culmination. But for example, what we have in terms of average class size at Prairie Winds Elementary School, for example, we have an average class size of 28 kids. Fairly significant. As you can see, the baseline value of what we consider full is 25. So you're going to see some different results as to what we're saying in terms of capacity utilization at Prairie Winds. Just wanted to give you a heads up there. But Ray Kilmer Elementary School, for example, has an average class size of 19. So that's going to sort of elicit, so how did we get how do we arrive at the numbers that we are going to show you? Just wanted to give you some information about two of our specific schools that, certainly some has maybe a little bit more room per classroom, but there are others that sort of ride the line related to what's going on in their respective classrooms.
I got a question for you real quick.
Yes, sir.
I haven't read that Colorado Class Size Reduction Act of 2000, but how dated is that, right? If we're basing our class sizes off of an act that was implemented 24 years ago.
Yeah, I agree, and I completely agree that we need to take it with a grain of salt, and we're not going to sit here and follow that word for word, but it was a data point that I thought was relevant to at least bring to your attention that it exists. And quite frankly, it brought us into a line. It actually substantiates the numbers we're presenting to you a little bit as just one more data point. But again, it by no means would I feel any obligation to follow that to the letter of the law, because I don't think that's its intent.
Hey, Chris, that's a great question. I think it's a starting point. Is our starting point related to something that what we have done in the past, where we were before? Maybe we have historical baseline numbers. Where did they come up with their numbers? Was it the architect telling them that this is the number in terms of square foot per kiddo, or kiddos per square foot, I should say? Or did they go back to what CDE or maybe what the state was telling us? We do not know. But this gives us a point from which to deviate to make effective decisions as to what's right to create that alignment that I mentioned a little bit earlier. What is right for a school?
It also, in addition to everything that's already been said, does give a little bit of point of comparison to what do these numbers look like in systems outside of our own. So just for relative comparison purposes, that's another angle to it.
Yep. So here's the drum roll. Utilizing all the formulas and conversations that we've had, you can see the study recommended capacity in red down that column, and I'd like to point out the historical operating capacity is on there. You will notice that there's a few schools where it's dramatically reduced, and I want to talk about those real quick just so you have a sense on why is it 61 fewer students at Prairie Winds. We have 3 full-size classrooms at Prairie Winds Elementary that are being utilized in non-traditional ways that we could absolutely drop 60 more kids in there and go right back to 400. One of those classrooms is being used for gifted and talented, and the number of students that are accessing that room are greatly reduced to what it was designed for, and is being highly effective in the way it's being used. We have 3 special education classrooms, which is more than what we would have in a traditional elementary school. If we were to convert those spaces back into a more traditional learning environment, we would be able to gain some capacity. We have another classroom that's being used for some mental health, so our mental health providers and counselors can meet with kids in space that's sort of set apart. When kids dysregulate, it's less disruptive, and we're utilizing space in a way that may not be the maximum efficiency, but it's a really good way to utilize space for kids. And if you were to ask the principal, which we did, could you get to 400? She absolutely said absolutely, but there would be sacrifices in our instructional programming. And so therein lies the challenge in this conversation.
Now, can I ask a quick question without
Yes.
derailing your presentation? Using a classroom for something that probably has one or a teacher or a special educator and one student is probably a waste of space to some extent. Can any of these spaces be reconfigured to get a couple more smaller spaces out of one classroom?
Yeah.
Or are they stuck
Yeah.
because of
And
brick and...
If you ever want to take a quick tour of Prairie Winds, I can show you where that's been done in a really ideal way, because there's that classroom as you walk in the front door and turn right.
Well, Prairie Winds is my home school, so I'm...
So you know, so that first immediate classroom is a classroom with the STAR program, and that space has been redesigned in a way that's highly effective for meeting the needs of the students in that classroom. So yes, and that's an example of how we've done that.
Okay.
Yeah, Lewis Palmer Elementary School is another example. There's a lot of opportunity to sort of reconfigure existing spaces to accommodate if, in fact, there were growth that was needed to be accommodated there. Just wanted to bring up one item. I know that Lewis Palmer Middle School, you kind of see that it's got that over by 11 situation, but that kind of gets back to when we talked about these numbers. For example, at the middle school baseline number, we utilize 27 for Lewis Palmer Middle School. If we use 28, that number grows to 19. We have room for 19. So you can see that it's a little bit. I'm not going to say it's a range, but I'm going to say we need to find alignment. We need to find what is. I don't know if I'm going to say the happy medium either, but what is right for each of the respective schools for what works with the principal, what works with their staffing, and what works with their support side of the house. But overall, our schools actually operate in very, very good situation in terms of their utilization today, especially our high schools, our middle school, and even our elementary schools running at, these two elementary schools. It would appear that there is room, and I think we've alluded to that. But the other three elementary schools, we need to just monitor and keep our eyes on it.
One last thing I want to say as we look at that.
Sorry.
Lewis Palmer Middle School is going to be a meeting in and of itself as far as talking about capacities, because when we started going into this conversation with Sean O'Connor, there's a difference between a junior high model and a middle school model, and it changes the efficiency and the ability to serve kids tremendously. And this really needs to be part of our conversation when we talk about teacher retention as well, because the middle school model, while it's not very efficient from a classroom size, it's a very practical, highly researched, and effective methodology for teaching middle school students, because what it basically does is it breaks the school into small pieces, families, groupings. We used to have teams, I think is what they were called, Lewis Palmer Middle School. We had the gold team and the silver team, and students have a much smaller school experience. Or a junior high is more departmentalized, the science department, math department, kids. So the reason we're seeing a study recommended capacity being significantly lower is if we were to move into a traditional middle school model in which they have flexibility of spaces, and they do a middle school model which we would recommend, that's going to reduce the capacity of that building. If we have problems with the number of students or the number of teachers in that building, we could move it into a more traditional junior high, and we could greatly exceed even the 850 mark. With that would come costs. Putting that number of kids into that environment and that size at that age has consequences. So I think we need to spend a lot of time diving into the conceptual models of middle school and make some decisions on what we want that to look like, because it will change budgeting, staffing, and capacity limits of that building. The 772 is set up to be more inclined to run a middle school model as as it was originally designed for.
Rick, can I ask a question on that?
Yep.
It seems like ever since we've gone to the concept where we have 5 neighborhood elementary schools feeding into 1 middle school, and it's not 6th, 7th, and 8th like Monument Academy has, it's 7th and 8th. It seems to me, from my experience as a parent, that we're starting to run at a junior high level already,
Yes.
but kind of hybriding it because the experts in the field, the teachers, have said teaming is what works best.
Yep.
But we just don't have the resources and the ability to do teamwork in that capacity in that building. So is it accurate to say we're pretty much running a hybrid of team junior high, but mostly junior high?
Yes, that's exactly the word Sean O'Connor used in our last interview, is we're running a hybrid middle school junior high model here. If you've had the opportunity to walk through Bear Creek, which was originally designed to be a middle school, you will see that it is designed for teaming. It has four different classes in each pod area, which is designed for those teachers to team, has common office airing for the team, and the kids it's designed so that team of kids or family or whatever term we want to use never really leaves their pod. That's their school, except when they go out for their electives. I think that school is very nicely designed for the middle school model. And we've had a lot of success in LPMS running the middle school model there too, but from just a visual standpoint, that's the best way to visualize what a teaming model would look like.
Is Monument Academy still running a team model at their middle school level? Do we know?
Don't know. I do not know.
No.
So that is for another day, but I wanted to plant that seed.
Can we back up one? I got an incoming question from Ron Schwartz, and as much as I'd like to do my best Ron Schwartz impersonation, we ain't even close. All right. Since this is a baseline for the board to begin thinking about it, what are the future demographics we should be considering? And what about the non-programming facilities utilizations, such as the bus barn, Grace Best, Big Red? Hence, should be looking at all our major assets.
Yeah, that's a different presentation. So we focused our efforts on this first. So if that is additional information that's being requested, we are ready to dive into that at a subsequent meeting. Yeah, we understand that one of the reasons we started here, well, and for those of you that were around, was it our August meeting? Goodness, I'm going all the way back to the beginning of the year. I think the initial impetus to review that first column with this revised presentation, which I believe this just is this essentially the same information but presented slightly in a different order. We received, I think, a very pointed question from at least one of our community members. I'm sure there's others that have always wondered, where did that number come from? And to date, we don't have the best answer for that. So what we are doing through this effort is taking the opportunity to demonstrate a revised capacity figure. But as we've talked at length about, this is based on a different set of assumptions and an understanding of the needs, et cetera, et cetera. So to the extent that additional information about utilization of our other sites, as well as a full-blown review of all of our assets, was not within the present scope of this presentation. So I think we could certainly do that as a potential next step as early as this February, and then keep building from there. I think the other thing I would just add one more question back is, and this is really the thrust, I think, of what we're trying to accomplish, is we need direction from the board about where do you want to go with all of this. And I'll be the first person to say, and I think Ms. Upchurch can attest to this, the difference from if we were having this conversation 6, 7, 8 or more years ago compared to how we're having it today is I believe that the driver then was really around a belief and potentially a desire to say, here's why we need either a new elementary or 2 middles or whatever the model was that was being talked about at the time. And certainly we could, as a district, say, well, if you're directing us to move in that direction, here's how we might work at getting there. My personal take is I believe that approach failed with this community. I mean, I don't want to overstate that, but it failed. So we, at least as district administrators at this point in time, do not have an agenda here. We desire to work collaboratively with the community and obviously receive our direction from the board about where do you want to take this. So another question back, and I don't know if Ron is tuning in, but at whatever point he hears this or whoever hears this is, well, what do you want the future to look like? Because we are not the decision makers on that. The community is. And this board is the ultimate decision maker on that. And the last thing we are here to do is to say you should because A, B, or C things. Now, if the desire is to hear recommendations, great. We have a lot of opportunity to generate what those recommendations could be. But I will emphasize again that the best way to approach that is with the community, not to the community. And I think those are some just pitfalls that we have to be attentive to. Because the way that it's been done before did not work. And I don't think anyone wants to see modulars in front of Lewis Palmer Middle School ever again. And I'm saying this now because I have probably a little bit runway left, and I don't want any new superintendent to be in a situation where one of their first questions is, what are you going to do about those modulars in front of the middle school that should have never been put there in the first place? So for what it's worth, I'm just speaking very straightforward and honest about that. I think we can also recycle back to the conversations that we had at length over Grace Best. I don't believe that represented a particular decision path as much as it was, here was everything that we were working with at the time. But I'll make one more quick connection. I believe, at least my understanding of where this board wants to go, is you all want to make a decision on the future and long-term state of that facility and asset in partnership with the community, and I believe you want to do that by ideally June timeframe. Great. These are all the particulars that I think need to be factored into that whole picture so that you have, and I'll end on this point, you have the information that you need and the ability to process through it in a way that will take you and this community toward what the ultimate decision becomes. I'll pause there.
I don't want to take away from your guys' presentation, but I do think this is an opportunity for us as a board to have that dialogue with the caveat that it is 12:34. So this is a dialogue that is going to be ongoing, and I think we're going to, ideally the way I see it, personally, is breaking it down in chunks during work sessions, and then as decisions and votes need to be made, that we carry those over to the regular board meetings. But I think personally where I would like to see us go with all this information is breaking it down into having specific conversations during our work sessions that address Grace Best, special needs. What does our model look like at Lewis Palmer Elementary School? So that it's an entire culmination leading up to June, and that is based on the board goals that we set forth, that is the target point. It could be flexible, but that's our target, is to be able to come to our community and saying, we're working together as a community. What say you? What do you want to see us do differently? What do you want to see us do the same? Here's our roadblocks. Here's where we've got our foot on the gas and momentum. But without all the information together, and this is a new board, anytime there's new members, it's a new board. So ideally, I think breaking these down into chunks and then having deeper dialogue And I don't think we have the ability to jump into it and have, I think it's a long conversation. So I think the direction would be to keep doing what you're doing.
So the only thing I would add to that, Ms. Upchurch, in light of where we're at with time and realizing we could spend that much more time going through what this could look like, I would envision as early as our next regular meeting, which, by the way, with the content and the process that I think we just went through, could be a healthy exercise to restate some of these pieces, as well as use the baseline of all this information as we forge into whatever community conversations might look like as well. We could certainly take a moment at our next meeting, I don't think it needs to take a ton of time, to just outline what you just spoke to in terms of what are the key questions, what is the future direction of where we're at look like, sound like, because the other thing that's really critical here is helping the community come along with it. And I would just want to spend some time in planning and preparation to really package this in a way that, even for me, I would just say the way that both Chris and Rick even walked through some of this, even though we're very close to these numbers, you know, it just triggers a lot of different thought processes that can be very advantageous to helping make this a community-driven and a consensus type of process, and then really get back to what are the key decisions that this board wants to make and how do you want to make them. So I just want to restate that in a way that helps us anchor to both what is most advantageous with the time that we have in a work session format, as well as how do we build a plan over the next 4 or 5 months leading up to June as one of those benchmarks to an ultimate decision, at least on one of our sites that certainly isn't even within the scope of this presentation. So those are all things that we can create as a concept and as a design that we can walk through going forward.
I would ask something. I know that Rick did a great job of presenting a visual the best you can without actually seeing these campuses, but would anybody else feel it's valuable to do an educational tour of some of these locations of what's working and what's not? Because I'd love to see how we're using a classroom meant for 30 for 2 people, and how we could more efficiently use that space, or how we could possibly reconfigure those spaces, some of those things.
That has actually been, I don't know if it was you, Dr. Summers, they made that statement that I wanted to arrange with our building leaders to have a board tour so that we're walking together and you're meeting the staff and you're walking through the buildings and you're seeing the walls and the arrangement and the students, and you're seeing what education looks like in each of our buildings right now.
And I've been inside all but 2 of our schools so far, but still not with that in mind as I'm walking through them.
And if that is the direction that you guys want to head in, I think we can start working to accommodate that in the very near future. And I agree. I mean, seeing it, experiencing it, getting a feel for what it looks like from a student perspective, staff perspective, et cetera, I think that can be very advantageous for you.
And sparking ideas too for solutions.
And to your point, Casey, working with the community, not to the community.
Yeah, again, I'm just going to restate, we don't have an agenda right now, other than how do we make sense of all this and how is it leading toward whatever the big decisions are that this board wants to take action on.
I'm sure there's more questions on this presentation, but I want to get us in the mindset of thinking about what does education look like in D38.
And I think that's important, because one of the things that's coming to my mind is that we want to keep that in mind as we're talking about budgets. I know we want to compensate our teachers as best we can, figure out the best way to spend our money, but if it's also advantageous to us to allocate a certain amount of our budgets to reconfigure some of our buildings one by one, or something like that, we want to make sure we don't spend all of our money and lose that opportunity.
That's a great point.
Well said.
That also brings up for me, if you were starting from scratch now, knowing that you wanted to move in a certain direction, how would your schools look? I'd like to know that. Because that will impact decisions that need to be made.
Are there any mental illnesses or disabilities that we're not capable of handling where we have to send a student out?
Very rare. It does happen, and Rick could certainly chime in with this. That is a decision that is a decision of last resort. And it is within typically a process that involves the IEP, Individualized Education Plan team. We have one student that I'm aware of right now, or two, I believe, that are currently placed out of district. So it is a very, it does happen. It's very rare, though, that we are in that space. Anything else you'd say to that, Rick?
No, I agree. I think the number's a little bit bigger than one or two. And it's not disability specific as much as individual needs specific on whether we can, the term that we utilize is, can they receive reasonable benefit from the environment in which they're in? And there is a handful of students in which that IEP team has made the determination that they need something more restrictive than a comprehensive school.
Can you give you can give an example?
Yeah, I can tell you that a school that has been very effective in meeting the needs of these kids with a little bit more complex needs is run by the BOCES of Colorado Springs, which is down off of Circle and I-25. And they do a very nice job of working with the population of students we're talking about. Their facilities look vastly different than a traditional school, so we can't even replicate much of what they're doing. The drawback is it's a 25, 30-minute bus drive every single day each way. And it's definitely not ideal for our students. And one of the things that I'm continually working on and engaging, especially with some of our colleagues to the south, D20 and D49, is we're talking about how we can't create something that's a little bit closer to home that's equally as effective. But that's a totally different conversation.
It's also a very resource-dependent exercise,
Yeah.
i.e., it's going to take a lot of money, probably 5 to 6 times as much as we would typically be allocating toward the average student to educate them.
School for Deaf and Blind would be an example.
Yes. My brother was outsourced. That's why I'm asking. Made me think of it. Our school growing up didn't have a vision program. He was legally blind, so. Yeah.
We are very fortunate to have a substantial, exceptional school of deaf-blind for the whole state just down the road. So we do have a few students who are attending there.
If there's nothing else at the moment, what I would just reiterate, which I won't recap everything that I already said, I just think we should take an opportunity to do some type of briefing at the regular meeting with an understanding that we are going to build off of that into the next work session. And I'm envisioning some type of a calendar that we can propose in addition to figuring out the best ways to engage and educate our community as we're working through this as well.
I think a calendar would be a great jumping point to have an idea, because when I look at this, it's so much bigger than any of us, and there's so many more components to it that's why you are the experts in being able to recommend and walk us through this process as we're making decisions that are to the benefit of our students and our staff. For example, looking at this presentation alone, you're not recommending that we make these huge changes. You're saying this is what ideal education looks like, and there's possibilities. And what do we as a board see those possibilities looking like? Am I capturing that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
We want to help provide enough clarity on what are the steps that are going to be most important to getting to what your desired state is. So keeping in mind that I don't think that's completely determined yet.
Right.
And I think there's some ways we can do that as early as this upcoming meeting, and then continue to build on that from there.
And I would like very much for our board members to experience our buildings.
We've got that jotted down, so we'll start working on a game plan with that in mind as well.
Awesome. Any other thoughts in the respect for time, any other thoughts or questions you have as board members or as a team?
No, I think it's the right work at the right time. And I think you got the right people with the right dedication to make it happen.
Agreed. Thank you all. Thank you. Okey doke. Seeing no other input at this time on that one, thank you so much. I know that's been robust work that you've been doing, and it's still ongoing, and you're not done yet. But it's very helpful, and thank you so much. Because you have other things going on as well, so thanks. Okay, so C7, shouldn't take long. This is just for us as board, this is a review of our goals that we discussed, that we threw out there on our pieces of paper during our retreat that were captured. So what this is basically the capture of board goals as it relates to each of our priorities, because even the discussion prior to this and the discussion prior to that and all of our discussions, when we are thinking of what do we see or envision education looking like in D38, how does it align with our priorities and our goals that we have discussed and established? So if there's any thoughts or input on basically the notes that were captured is the main point of this at this time, or we can even postpone or table this discussion for another date if you have a lot you want to talk about. But that's open to Dr. Schenk, Mr. Brown.
And we have gone farther or over our time more than I'd planned, so I don't have several more hours to spend on this.
We could. And we will. This isn't our only meeting, obviously. Okay. Then, Dr. Summers, is there anything else that you felt that we needed to cover on this before we push through?
The only other thing I was going to mention, and I think you could certainly do this as early as January 22nd, is it would be important to formalize the board's support in this direction, and I think to demonstrate that this is what you're committing to, it would be appropriate to take a vote to publish this, to make it accessible, so to whatever degree you want to continue to this was just the summary of a lot of what was talked about in the retreat, at which point no decisions were made. So this is just a reconnection to that conversation, and then the potential for demonstrating this board's commitment to seeing these things through. So we could certainly place this on the agenda for January 22nd with an opportunity for a little bit more reflection and dialogue, and then cementing it, whether you want to do it in January or February or whatever your time frame would be.
Well, and there's certainly opportunity between now and then for each of us to reflect and share our reflection individually. I see this personally as a living document. But I thought it was good work. We had some very common alignments, such as we talked about what does career and technical education look like in D38, and that is, as we're seeing across the state and the United States, and we talked about this even earlier in a discussion when we talked about compliance. Kids are not just test scores that are floating above their head. They're not walking around the halls with test scores walking around. They are individual human beings that learn different and communicate different and have different talents and strengths. And how are we ensuring that every student that leaves our system has the tools in hand to succeed, whether it be through college or career or what have you. And so this goes in alignment exactly with what we were talking about of what is the board desire for this system here in D38. We good? Anybody else want to share their thoughts? Because I can just ramble. No? Okay. Then please reach out to Dr. Summers and to the rest of the team with any thoughts. It's not just Dr. Summers. We've got a whole team here that works different avenues and has really dove into and put a lot of energy and to making sure that these priorities are successful from relationships and communication to safe and healthy schools, academic excellence, valuing our people, operations and facility planning, and fiscal stewardship. So this is good jumping off part. And if you want to put it on the agenda for 22nd.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, speaking of, hey, look there, it's caveat right into number 8, future meeting agendas.
So I can do just a quick overview of our current agenda for the 22nd, which will include some special presentation and recognition that is TBD. We will have members from PRHS, student representatives, that will be coming back into our meeting. We will have for your review, I'm pretty sure, and I'm looking at Brett here, the school district audit report. Likely have that as your first discussion action item, followed by the proposed adjustments and amendment to the 23-24 district budget, also facilitated by Mr. Ridgway. That would be the emphasis for our financial planning and analysis, as those two items for this upcoming meeting. I don't believe we landed on a proposal to ultimately approve the IGA, but I think just a quick recap of what we discussed today, and then an understanding of what else needs to happen in that additional conversation with Triview Metro. We will have the first reading for your review around our curriculum adoption, as Mrs. Wetstein already covered. We do, as a reminder, have 2 policies that were introduced for first reading, GBAA, GBEB, during the December regular meeting that will be up for second reading and approval. We'll have a next steps conversation relative to where we're at with capacity utilization and future decisions that the board would like to make around those related items. And then lastly, the superintendent search firm selection. I neglected to mention that you'd have the interviews before, but we already covered that earlier. I'm going to encourage you all, we'll figure out kind of the timing of everything, but in light of a long night, we'll definitely try to figure out how to do a break from those interviews into some type of a dinner, and then rocking and rolling by 6 o'clock, although that might have to pivot depending on how many we interview, Tiffany. We may want to push that start time back just a tad. So I want to make sure we're really prepared for an efficient and effective meeting, first one of the new year.
Question for you, Dr. Summers. When we're interviewing the search firms, is there a script of questions or thoughts that board members should be looking at or asking to make sure that we are finding the rate fit for D38?
I think we could certainly spend a little time in advance preparing. I wouldn't script a ton, but I think unique to their methodology, their approach for attracting candidates, their approach for engaging the community as part of community engagement, their lessons learned from other systems that they've engaged with, and in general, the fundamental question is, how are they the right choice to help yield the best pool and process for your selection is really what you're trying to get to. So to the degree that we can have a few of those front-loaded questions ready to go, we can certainly help you in that. And then to the degree that you all have a chance to ask any follow-up and create some two-way dialogue in the format of their presentation with your interview, I think we can certainly make sure there's enough time to do that as well.
Okay. We can share that with the board so that we're all prepared.
Sure. Yep. I will definitely support you in that effort.
Okay. And the facilities capacity and utilization reset next steps. Again, there's so much more to it. We've got, as Ron's question, to his question, there's a lot. Grace Best, for example, is going to have to be a part of the discussion. That's not part of this. That's not part of this. Todd's already made up his mind.
I think we can outline a framework and a suggested timeline with deliverables that you can expect from us along that path that ultimately leads toward a bigger decision that is TBD.
That would be helpful, thank you. And then, board, I'm going to be sending out to you all it kind of falls into our agenda and also the previous conversation about board goals. I'm going to be sending out to everyone a reminder of the different committees. For example, we have, when we're doing this work moving forward, part of walking this walk with our community is being in our community and engaging with our community. So there's a lot of opportunities from the different committees we have within our own system to outside community engagements and organizations that we need to be, we're a part of this community and we need to, as a board, as leaders, be a part of our community in this walk, from the Chamber of Commerce to Kiwanis to Town of Monument and Palmer Lake. There's a myriad of opportunities, and I would even strongly say obligations to be engaged with the D38 stakeholders and community, because that's where ultimately how we succeed is together. So, good? All right, looks like we're good of the order. It's 12, should we wait 3 more minutes until we hit 1 o'clock just for the funsies of it? All right, we're adjourned.